Oh, great, thanks.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, I call this meeting to order.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Thomas, roll call, please.
Dr. Bellamy.
Present.
Ms. Hill. Here. Ms. Walker.
Present.
Mr. Signer.
Here.
Ms. Galvin.
Here.
All right, any announcements?
Yes, the City of Charlottesville and UVA Community Credit Union will present Charlottesville's 22nd Annual Grand Illumination this Friday, December 6th, at its new location at Sprint Pavilion, with festivities starting at 4:30 p.m. Enjoy a holiday concert with bands and choirs, kids' crafts at Santa's Workshop, fun activities at Reindeer Games, and food and beverage options from over 25 holiday market vendors, along with the Charlottesville Ale Trail. Afterwards, join the countdown and watch over 20,000 LED lights transform City Hall Plaza into a glowing wonderland. The city is offering complimentary event parking at both Market and Water Street garages. For more information, visit www.cvillegrand.com and follow @CvilleGrand on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. I have a couple, Mayor Walker.
Okay.
Two announcements, but also a shout out to Ms. Tanisha Hudson in the front row. She premiered her documentary, Reclaiming Charlottesville, A Legacy Unbroken, which was absolutely phenomenal. So kudos to her and everyone else who got a chance to come out to that. Snap, snap. Also, thank you to everybody who volunteered and helped out and assisted with the turkey giveaway. Last Sunday, we were able to give away about 250 turkeys to everybody in the community for the Day of Thanks. Really appreciate you all. Now it is time for the annual coat drive and giveaway. So if you have a coat that is mildly or gently used, or a new coat for that matter, you can donate them at Royalty Eats, which is located in the Cherry Avenue Shopping Center. There's a box there. Please feel free again to bring your gently used coat or your new coat, and we'll be providing them to everyone who is in need. The actual coat giveaway will take place on Sunday, November 22nd at Tonsler Park at 2 p.m. So anybody who needs a coat in this cold weather, please again feel free to come out and get one. And if you have an extra one in your closet, you can again donate your coat or drop your coat off at Royalty Eats, which is again located in the Cherry Avenue Shopping Center. They'll be there basically all day. You'll see the box, and starting next week, we will have the box at Virginia Organizing at 703 Concord Avenue. It's cold out, so again, if you have an extra coat, please feel free to donate it. Thank you all.
Any other announcements? All right, proclamations.
Mayor Walker, I have a proclamation. If there's no others. University of Virginia's Lighting of the Lawn. Whereas the city of Charlottesville is a community that celebrates inclusivity and recognizes the importance of every citizen, and whereas the City Council of the City of Charlottesville stands fully committed to equal rights for all Americans and opposes discrimination in all forms, and whereas since 2001, the University of Virginia's Lighting of the Lawn has been held annually in Charlottesville as an activity with the intention of bringing the University of Virginia and Charlottesville communities together in a night of hope, celebration, and unity following 9/11. And whereas the city of Charlottesville recognizes that it has a vital role in identifying, protecting, and responding to threats that may have a significant impact on the diversity and prosperity of the Charlottesville community. And whereas the mission of the University of Virginia's Lighting of the Lawn is to benefit the community as a space for reflection and provide an opportunity for celebration of the hope that fills our community, be it resolved that Mayor Nikhil Walker and the Charlottesville City Council urge all citizens to support Charlottesville by establishing a safe environment where everyone is free of fear, and hereby recognize Lighting of the Lawn as they look to illuminate Charlottesville. And be it further resolved that that the council proclaims December 5th, 2019 to be celebrated as Lighting of the Lawn in the city of Charlottesville, signed and sealed this second day of December 2019 by Mayor Nikia Walker. There's no one here to accept it.
Thank you.
We still can give it a little round of applause. Clappy clap.
Okay.
And Vice Mayor Mayor Walker reminded me that I have one more. So just FYI, we have 1 week until the closing of the applications for the Civilian Review Board. It's the 9th, correct? Oh, excuse me, Friday, December 6th. The applications for the Civilian Review Board will be closed. You can look on the City of Charlottesville website to fill out your application. Currently, we have only a handful of applications, and this has been a severely hot topic item in which a lot of people had a lot of vested interest within it. So now it's time for us to put the time in to actually do the work. We need people to apply. We need people to serve. If this is a topic that is of interest to you, please, please, please apply to serve on the Civilian Review Board. Again, the applications close this Friday, December 6th, and in order to apply, you can do so or find the application on the City of Charlottesville website. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Thomas, could you please read the consent agenda?
Any comments? Any comments?
I was just gonna do it at the end.
Item A, minutes, October 7, 2019, regular meeting, October 21st, 2019, special meeting. B, appropriation, reappropriate funds from the Department of Human Services to the Department of Economic Development for the Home to Hope program, $321,103.35, first of two readings. C, appropriation, Victim Witness Assistance Program grant, $265,024, first of two readings. D, appropriation, Virginia Outdoors Foundation grant, land acquisition, $50,000, second reading. E, appropriation, Virginia Department of Education Special Nutrition Program, Child and Adult Care Food Program, $35,000, second reading. F, appropriation, Virginia Department of Social Services Employment Advancement for Temporary Aid to Needy Families Participants Grant, $130,259.83, second reading. G, appropriation, fire apparatus payment reimbursement, $642,609, second reading. H, resolution, transfer of funds from the Small Area Plan, Penn Park Study for African American Cemetery, $9,319, one reading. I, resolution, request for support of refugee resettlement, one reading. J, resolution, acceptance of new public streets within the Burnett Commons 3 development, one reading. K, resolution, acceptance of 11th Street as a residential permit parking block, one reading. L, resolution, ethnic studies course by African American Heritage Center, $15,000, one reading. M, resolution, capital funding transfer, electronic poll books, $24,618, one reading. N, ordinance, adding section 2-159 to chapter 2, administration, article 3, city manager of the Charlottesville City Code, 1990, first of two readings. O, ordinance, bicycle and e-scooter sharing system, AKA Dockless Mobility Ordinance and Permit Program, second reading. P, ordinance, 209 Maury Avenue rezoning request, second reading.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on any matter that's on the consent agenda? Come on up.
Good evening. My
evening.
name is Bill Atwood. I'm representing the former owners of 209 Maury. Somewhat distressed that was voted and moved forward 4-1. Given that fact, personally, I see this as really one-to-one. This is the mayor and the vice mayor. I think the other counselors who look now to a new series of counselors within 30 days have the benefit of a consultant to actually do what should have been done for years and years and years. A new comprehensive plan, a new zoning ordinance, and new strategies for how you define housing and zoning in itself. But for all these years, we never received that. And we still believe that the appropriate thing to do is for these three to defer and let this matter move forward to the next group, because they're armed with consultants who actually have the knowledge to define what's going to happen in the future, which quite frankly, no one tonight can actually explain it, other than that my belief is that it'll be a reinvention of the way we look at zoning in this town, long overdue. What we have here is residue of a lot of frustration and really 1955 language in our zoning. It's unfortunate it didn't get changed, but it didn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to?
Mayor Walker, if I may, oh, I'm sorry. Someone else.
This is the time for people who've signed up to speak.
No, if you, item that was on the consent agenda that was just read. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak on an item on the consent agenda? Okay, Mr. Blair.
Mayor Walker, on item B, there should be a correction to the record. The discussion section of that memorandum says on Friday, November 15th, 2019, Mayor Nakia Walker, who spearheaded the Home to Hope initiative, made the final decision to move the program and 4 full-time peer navigators from the Department of Human Services to the Office of Economic Development Downtown Job Center. In consulting with Dr. Richardson, I think the more appropriate language there is that Mayor Walker and Dr. Richardson consulted on the matter and mutually decided to recommend moving the program and the 4 full-time peer navigators from the Department of Human Services to the Office of Economic Development Downtown Job Center. Just wanted to make that correction for the record.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, one other question, Mr. Blair, and I appreciate you raising this because it was, or making the clarification, it was something that I raised among council because it concerned me that it created the impression of a elected official making this decision of moving funds and staff without there being a vote among the body. And that's very important in our system of government, particularly with the discussion we're having about the city manager, a new city manager. The form of government we have is a council manager form of government. And I still think that I want the public not to be confused about this. And it still says in the next line, as a result of this decision. As I understand it, no decision has been made. We are being asked to be, and then it says the funds originally allocated, the Department of Human Services now need to be reappropriated. And the way that is written is it makes it seem as if a decision was made by an elected official and then council must then vote to allocate funds, and that can't be the right. That simply doesn't, that's not right under the law or under our charter.
Sure.
And so I think that also needs to be, it could be that there is a request that the funds be allocated or reappropriate, whatever it would be.
And so can I just interject here? So Dr. Richardson has been a part of every meeting that we've had, or aware of every meeting and the outputs of every meeting regarding Home to Hope. As the counselor who is spearheading the initiative, my question was, based on your feedback, my involvement was questioned, and for me, and looking at previous initiatives that counselors have been involved in, if you spearhead something, you remained involved in it. And I gave several examples. One, the initiative with the Innovator Hub with you, Kathy, and SIA Form-Based Code. Wes has a whole list of initiatives that he has been a part in from start to finish. Kristen, City of Promise, which I was one of the first people hired, so I know how involved she was in that program. And so what I thought was being questioned earlier was my involvement. I cannot make a decision solely by myself, and I'm very aware of the city manager's decision-making abilities here, but we have had meetings with him. He has been in the room with Holly, Chris Engel, Kaki, Roxanne Jones. Everyone has been at the table, so this wasn't a me decision. My decision. We have been having this discussion for, 2 months? Now, and so it wasn't just I woke up and made a decision.
Could I respond?
Sure.
Madam Mayor, I never questioned your involvement in any respect. What I questioned was the language here, which, and this was not about you as a person or anything you've done. You're right, there are many other examples of individual counselors, but it's very important for the public to know what it read was Mayor Nakai Walker made the final decision to move the program and the 4 full-time peer navigators from the Department of Human Services to the Office of Economic Development Downtown Job Center. As a result of this decision, the funds
You read it once,
originally
Mike.
allocated the Department of Human Services. Well, I'm not sure if the public understands because you're questioning.
But what I'm
you're
telling
saying
you
that I
is
somehow
that you
questioned
could have
and I
had
did
this
not.
conversation with Dr. Richardson the same way you said you've had other conversations with him, if your concern was to not point out something that you appear to be flawed.
Well, no, because this became a public agenda item.
Okay.
And we're asked to vote on it in the consent agenda, so raising with Dr. Richardson wouldn't fix that. It's already in the public, and nobody had heard about this
If you
beforehand.
had a conversation with him and you had questions about an item that was on the agenda, which you pointed out it was my job to reach out to you, right? But I have reached out to you about a lot of matters that you have decided that you don't want to communicate, right,
not-
unless we are here.
That's not true. I've
That
always
is.
responded to you.
Do
Every
you
single time.
answer the phone when I call you?
I always respond.
Do you answer the phone when I call you?
A lot of the time, Madam Mayor, I'm busy
Okay.
and I'm at work.
Okay, so Mike, this is personal
No, it's not.
instead, and, excuse me.
No, it's not.
And I just think what I would have preferred, instead of you, as I stated earlier, sending this email to Holly Lee and Chris Engel, that you could have had this conversation here like you are, if you had more questions, but also with Dr. Richardson when you met with him.
Okay, so the public would not have seen it, would not have heard about it. That's fine.
So,
Well,
Okay.
as a point of clarification, then, Mayor and Mr. Blair, your amendment stands, and do you offer any additional language?
I think based on the mayor and Councilor Signer's dialogue, it's probably appropriate to also, as the mayor stated, she spoke with Dr. Richardson for 2 months about this. I think it should say, as a result of this consultation, it is recommended that the funds originally allocated to the Department of Human Services now need to be reappropriated to the OED.
Thank you.
thank you.
Any further questions?
I-
All right, I also would like for us to pull O and P and vote on them separately.
And Madam Mayor, I would like to pull item N and vote that separately.
Okay.
And I only have one comment about item H. It's very brief. And it's about the appropriation of the funds for the Penn Park study about the African American Cemetery and the transfer of funds from the small area plan. I've asked questions earlier today, and I got answers at the end of the day. I understand there's a sense of urgency. There was a need to find funds right away. I firmly believe and accept that this is the right thing to do. In my conversations with Dr. Richardson, I'm led to believe that as soon as possible and practical, the small area plan funds would be replenished once other funds are found. But right now, there was an urgency to have the monies, and that was the one most available. I just wanted to say that for the public, because it was an unusual tapping of a fund that had, did not have a small area plan associated with it, and it was kind of likened if you wanted to repair the city schools' roofs with sidewalk money, you'd question that. And that's all I was doing. And I'm very satisfied with the answer, and that we'll move forward with clarity.
You're correct, and we'll make sure that it's replaced.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Is
So
there a
I'll
motion?
make a motion that we adopt the consent agenda items A through M as read.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? All right, please vote. All right, that carries 5-0.
No, it's 41.
Oh, 4-1, sorry. All right. Is there a motion?
So I still have one question around item N, which Counselor Galvin asked to be pulled separately. It says advice and consent of the city council, Mr. Blair.
Yes.
So to me, that just feels like we're approving. There's a subtlety in my head around, like, I want awareness around this role, but in terms of just a formal approval by council. Is that exactly the same? And you and I talked about this, but is that exact language what has been used for when we do the police chief selection? Is it advice and consent?
Let me just pull that up for you right now. In City Code Section 20-2, it says, "The city manager shall appoint a chief of police, such appointment to be approved by the city council."
Okay.
It is, in effect, either permutation of the language. The city manager would make a selection for the deputy city manager, chief operating officer, and then he or she would present that choice to the council, and they would have an opportunity to vote to confirm, or the chief of police, it says approve, but there's not a legal distinction, so to speak. They would still need a council vote.
And this is unique to this one position, not to all deputies.
Correct.
So the second in command.
Well, they all could be considered second in command.
Right, but this one is deputy city manager, COO. Now, you can change it to all deputy city managers, but it was just this one particular position.
And so the conversations around N, also, Counselor Hill, we talked about it in our last session. And again, the premise here was that the person who could be in control of the city, that we would meet those applicants like we have done with the chief of police position, and we would do the same rating system that any other panel within the city did, just like we did with and ultimately it's the city manager's decision, but that we would meet the finalists and that we would give feedback. And that was the discussion surrounding
Are we
this
talking about
position.
that now,
Point of
Mayor?
order, are we
Is
go- yeah.
is this the time we're talking about it, or are
I
we
think so.
or are we going
Oh,
to
did
talk
you?
about it
Oh,
at
I'm
the
sorry.
end?
You pulled it.
I
to be
pulled it to be discussed
Oh,
later.
I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you wanted to pull it for a separate vote. I'm sorry. That's
Oh,
Well,
all.
I pulled it
okay.
for discussion later
Yeah.
and possibly a separate vote.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
the idea of.
I apologize. I
Because after a
misunderstood.
discussion, I may or may not agree with it.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
you don't want to do it right now?
We'll discuss it at the end of the agenda.
Usually, it's at the end of the agenda that we put the pulled
Okay.
items from the
I
consent.
just thought that
Okay.
what she was saying, pulling it for a
For
vote.
And I
separate
apologize. I
vote.
thought you wanted
Yeah.
a separate vote right now.
Right.
So is-
Okay.
I can wait.
Right.
Right, I think the practice is if it's for a separate vote, you all just immediately vote after the consent agenda. But I think if there's going to be discussion,
Discussion,
it would go at the end of the agenda.
okay.
All right, so I move to adopt ordinance bicycle and e-scooter sharing system, AKA Deathless Mobility Ordinance and Permit Program.
Okay, so
Okay.
I'm a little confused
There's,
again.
Nakaya asked for these things to be pulled for separate
For
vote.
separate vote.
Oh, okay, so that's not discussion, it's just separate vote. Okay, sorry.
So this is there a second for that?
Second.
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 Any further questions or comments? Because I don't know what's the difference.
All right, this is Dockless.
Okay, please vote. Oh, no, I need to change that. I pressed the wrong button. Thank you, sorry. Please vote.
Can you do it again?
All right, that's 4-1. And Pete,
And then we're down last to adopting the ordinance for the 209 Maury Avenue rezoning request.
is there a motion?
I move to adopt the ordinance.
I second that.
Okay.
I'd like to make a brief statement.
All right.
At the last time we discussed this, there was, I had some reservations because the perspective drawings that were included were not part of the proffer statement. After closer review of the site plan that was included, or the site schematic that was included in the proffer statement, I am assured that there is going to be really adequate, clear circulation in and around this site, that the existing home will be given enough breathing room to protect it. And even though the point is well taken that was mentioned earlier tonight, I've been one of the chief advocates of changing our zoning from day one. I do believe that this is an opportunity to do something that does clarify the importance of having increased density in the area, but in a way that respects the physical context of the area. It's not going to exceed a certain height. It's going to be broken up into different massing. And as time moves on, when the University of Virginia does start building on-site housing for its students, these buildings could potentially provide workforce housing, something that is desperately needed in this area within walking distance and biking distance of UVA. So I am supporting this, and I wanted to clarify that I had reservations earlier, but I am supporting this now.
All right, any further comments or questions? All right, please vote. All right, carries 4-1. Next, we have the city manager's response to the November 18th council meeting.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, and public, only got one announcement tonight, and that's pertaining to the disproportionate minority contact report. We're aiming for late December to have that completed, and then we'll place on the second meeting agenda for January. That's all I have for tonight.
And because the original time it was scheduled, there was going to be like a joint, this is beyond just the city, is there going to be that kind of community stakeholder kind of session outside of council meeting, or?
I'll be able to get that information back to you. I'm not sure.
Okay.
And there was the put out to the public that the cameras would be addressed here too.
I just want to say it was a misunderstanding on my part as it relates to the information communicated to me about the deployment of cameras in our city. I want everyone to know that there is not a resident-driven camera program. As I was told the following morning by the chief of police, these cameras are only used in response to crime trends, shots fired, incidents, robberies, and larcenies, which was clearly articulated in my letter to the media and other social media outlets.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have community matters. First, we have William Atwood. I'm assuming that, no. Yeah. Just want to make sure. Fran Fragert.
I'm concerned about the amount of parking that's being planned for 218 West Market. I noticed that in any available discussion of the building, the words shared parking is mentioned, and I don't understand what that means. How many parking spaces will be necessary for what will now be 130 apartments? Will it be 150 spaces, allowing for multiple persons per apartment? It said that the building is for people working downtown, but many, if not most, will want cars. I live at 500 Court Square, and we have 7 spaces behind our apartment for 30 apartments. Most of us park at Market Street. We have contracts with Market Street. There's not enough parking in the area for 130 apartments. Market Street and Water Street cannot handle that. And so our downtown is not equipped to handle all these cars. So how has this building moved to the point where it is now without any diagrams or designs being shown in newspapers or anywhere at all? So I urge that you rethink this building, the possibility of its going from 70 to 134, and then figure out where parking is going to be. It's really at a critical place. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Tremblay.
Good evening. Richard Tremblay, 479 Worthington Drive, Charlottesville. I'm speaking on behalf of the Habitat for Humanity of Greater Charlottesville as a board member, asking you to consider 4 changes to the Design and Construction Standards Manual recommended by the Charlottesville Area Development Roundtable that haven't yet been addressed. These 4 changes would allow for more affordable housing development and better urban scale communities. Habitat and the CADRA support the city's effort to update the manual. It's a big improvement. And in the process, the collaborative process involving stakeholders and considering their input is much appreciated. The 4 specific changes, the first is regarding utility easement widths. The current draft, or the final draft, requires that easements for any pipes greater than 12 inches in size, which is pretty typical that pipes are larger than that, be 30 to 50 feet in width. And what this does is pushes the houses back unnecessarily far from the street and affects street tree planting. What's recommended is that, except for excessively deep utilities, that the easement width be 20 feet, limited to 20 feet. Secondly, regarding street paving, the final draft would require that during the construction phase of a subdivision, a sacrificial layer of asphalt be placed on the top, and that be ground off and replaced before the streets are accepted. That's expensive, it's wasteful of resources, and it's not something that VDOT requires. So it's recommended that this provision for a sacrificial layer of asphalt be eliminated. And typically what happens is the final asphalt is just put on right before acceptance. Thirdly, the fire apparatus road provision in section 4.1.4. There's other sections of the code that allow narrower streets, of the manual rather, that allow narrower streets with approval by the fire department, but this provision, which requires that all streets be fire apparatus roads, seems to conflict with that and would prohibit the implementation of low-volume residential streets that the new manual is encouraging. And finally, Section 5.3.1.34, which is the provision for storm sewer pipe. The final draft manual only allows concrete pipe, reinforced concrete pipe. The manual should be revised to allow HDPE pipe, which is a plastic pipe. It's about half the cost of concrete pipe, and VDOT has approved it for decades now, so it's been approved for residential subdivisions for decades by VDOT. And it's recommended that this HDPE pipe be included in the manual. thank you for considering these final 4 changes prior to adoption of this much improved amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanisha Hudson.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good evening, Tanisha.
members of council, and city manager. I got a couple things to discuss. First off, Parks and Recs. Can we change the policy so that more than 2 events can happen in the same day? I don't know when this policy went into effect, but it has not always been that way. Let me see, what else? Oh, and y'all gonna discuss the parking garage tonight. You guys should really consider that that is one of the cheapest spots on the downtown mall to eat at that you're about to get rid of. Why don't y'all get rid of this old building that looked like a jail? Build a new one and make this a parking garage and leave guards across the street. You need a new, I mean, look, this is old anyway. You need to do something with this Chambers. And last but not least, well, I got 2 more things. The bus stop shelters. You can't want to be a green place and you don't have nothing covering people at these bus stops when it rains. I can't even catch the bus if I wanted to because I'm too cute to get wet. I'm just letting y'all know that. I'm not going to be standing in the rain for Charlottesville. Not going to do it. Last but not least, that Whoville tree y'all got outside. Who picked that tree out? And why couldn't y'all get one of them big, pretty, tall trees like they got at Shore Pump or something? That tree looked like it is from the Grinch. Am I lying? Mike laughing. Y'all know that tree looked like it is, what's the lady name? Mayor Augusta's wife tree. Y'all could have got a better tree. Especially if you're gonna move it near the pavilion and have something near the pavilion to make it look big and pretty. If you expected all these people to come down for this movie, that tree just ain't a hit. You could have got an artificial tree to look better than that tree. And I know I know they probably donated the tree or whatever, but yo, the tree ain't gotta look like the state of the city. We gotta do better, for real.
Thank you.
And Mike, stop coming from the car, y'all. Please. All right, I'm done.
Rosia Parker.
That tree from Whoville, I don't care what y'all say.
Lord have mercy. Good afternoon or evening.
Good evening.
Afternoon, evening.
You must know I'm coming for you, Mr. Richardson. Did you not know that those cameras was in those areas when I first asked you about those cameras?
I didn't know.
All right.
That's why I asked to come.
All right, I'm gonna let you slide this time, because you know I was coming for you. But I'm still gonna come for you a little bit with the CRB. See, I had trust in you. I'm still gonna try to have faith in you. But you came like the chief did a little bit. Because you talked to the People's Coalition and you talked to us and you agreed with us on some things, and then come to find out that those things aren't true. You're not in agreement with the CRB. So I'm asking you, what is your outlook on the CRB?
What do you mean?
We was told that you wasn't in agreement. Am I right? That we was told that for the PC coalition, that once you talked to us, when you had that conversation with us, some things we was talking about you agreed with. But then now they're saying that you're not in agreement at all, that you don't want the CRB.
Who even talked to me about the CRB first and foremost, and then secondly?
Well, when
I
we had
can't
I'm talking about the conversation we had with the
Yeah, I
PC.
understand
So
that.
that's
I
what
understand that,
I'm saying. You agreed then, so that's what I'm asking you.
But
What do you feel about the
Is
CRB?
that I can't do nothing without direction from the council.
Okay, so that's
So
what I'm
then you
asking.
can't-
What is your outlook? So it has to be the council and the chief of police. Do you see any difference where it should be what has been agreed upon? Do you see any difference that it should not be?
Rosia, we talk a lot. We can talk offline about it so I can better understand what you're asking me. Because I don't want to answer your question wrong.
Well,
As you know,
I just was wanting to bring to
And-
you because we are the People's Coalition,
And I understand
it was a
that.
public meeting. So I'm just asking you, since it was told to us in public. So I was just asking you, what was your?
and you understand that whenever you ask me, I always try to make sure that
Yes,
you have
you
an
did.
answer for. And what we talked about, the People's Coalition, that's what we talked about, right? I need to know specifically what you're talking about. We can have that conversation
Just in
offline.
general, period. Because we're trying to figure out, as when the chief came to us, she's agreed on some things with with the coalition, period. Just in the conversation, and then it wasn't done. So we're just trying to see where you are filling in on the CRB with the people. Like, remember when you said that you agreed with certain things when we was having that conversation?
Yes.
And you said that you would like to see the CRB.
Yes, why not?
Right. So now that it's been decided, it came back to us as the coalition.
I
So
don't know.
I'm asking for me personally
that.
and the people, just to make sure that the public people have a good understanding as the city manager where do you stand
I
on the
got
CRB.
that. But what I'm trying to understand too, I don't know where you get your information from to say I
That's
said
why
anything.
that's why I'm asking you.
And then we'll have that conversation, as I mentioned, offline, where we can talk about the things that you're specifically asking. I don't think that this is the forum to have that, because we talk about a lot of things, right?
Yeah, well, I'm saying this is not about me
I understand
personally.
that.
I'm just
I
saying
understand that.
it was just told to us, this is People's Coalition, that you didn't have you didn't want to have nothing to do with it. So
The
that's why I'm
People's
just saying, I'm
Coalition
just
have not
asking
have
you.
a conversation with me about me not having nothing to do with the
No,
CRB.
we didn't say that the People's Coalition said that. We said it came to us as the People's Coalition.
May
Well,
I-
I need to
I'm
know
just
who
asking
I
as
need
the
to know who
public.
your source is, so I can confront them, so then they'll know exactly where I stand.
May
All right.
may I ask a
Yeah.
quick question? So I'm just, are you asking whether what council voted on is what he supported, or was he going to be able to extend it further, or whether he supported even what we voted on?
Either or
like
in general.
just carrying out
Just carrying out the
what the
plan
council
of the,
vote.
Yeah, either or. Like, do you really support, like, far as the people, the public?
Okay.
What is just your feeling about the CRB in general? Is what y'all agreed on? Are you happy with that, or
I gotta follow the direction of the council.
All right. We just, we just as the people, we're just asking.
And I understand, but and I know that we have conversations about different things, and I'll answer all your questions. You know that.
I'm saying
I understand.
that, but when it comes to the public and my people, I gotta ask the correct question to the correct source. So that's why I'm asking you. What did you
I'm
feel?
right here,
Right.
and I'm supporting anything that the council wants to do moving forward.
Okay.
You feel about the CRB,
But,
how the city council.
Okay.
Your feelings about that. That's how I'm getting it.
Okay.
But
So we'll have some more spots if other people want to
Yeah.
come up.
But before that part was covered, are those cameras only in the black community?
I don't know that.
Well, is a way that we can find out? Because they've been up a while, and I'm just trying to figure out, can we find out where those cameras are located?
We'll have that discussion amongst council.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
What's going on?
So the yes is the answer to your question.
Oh, I was thinking that, boy. We went to the next part. No, why are we so quiet in here? Thank you.
David Rhodes.
Excuse me, David Rhodes, I'm a county resident. And back to cameras, I was hoping I'd be allowed to ask a question tonight, specifically of Dr. Richardson, since he was from what I understand, turned down free cameras to watch the monuments. What happened today, cleaning them up certainly wasn't free. And I was just wondering, as far as the question goes, have you had a change of heart about that? Or do you have any solutions or ideas going forward to solve the problem?
I can answer that question if you'll give me a call or we can meet and we can discuss that.
Well, I've left, over the years, I've left emails to all you guys and never got a response. But while I still got the floor, I would like to say that I came up with a reward fund through Crime Stoppers to try to find information on the vandals, and money sometimes talks. So whoever's watching this would like to chip in with me. They need to contact Crime Stoppers and say when they send in their money, it's specifically for this case. And I'll send you an email, sir. I hope I'll get a response.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Hey, Mayor Walker, councilors, Dr. Richardson. My name is Rory Stolzenberg. I live in Water Street between 1st and 2nd, speaking for myself as always. So tonight, number 4 on your agenda is an item to purchase the 50% stake that the county owns in the surface lot at 7th and Market. That's a good purchase. You should do it, fulfill the court's agreement and keep them here. However, the third resolution in the resolution is to direct city staff to immediately proceed with the plan as envisioned in the draft presented in tonight's agenda. That plan involves a $14 million, $130,000 outlay in cash for a 300-spot parking garage and 12,000 square feet of retail to replace the existing 107 spots and 5,000 square feet of retail currently there, in order to give the county 90 spaces as agreed to in the agreement. An all-in expenditure of $15,410,000 or $51,367 per space. That is a poor use of this city's scarce funds at this time. It is not necessary to fulfill the agreement. And it would result in the tearing down of 2 local businesses, including our only 24-hour convenience store and one of the most affordable places to eat downtown, and close a street, 8th Street, on our historic street grid. So I urge you to strike the third resolution clause in tonight's item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, so closing public comment. All right. Do we want to continue or take a break now? Okay, so next we have a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I spoke with Mr. Lopez before the meeting, and he is the developer of Lachlan Hill subdivision. At the request of the developer, we'd like to pull that item,
Okay,
and we will bring that back to council at a later date.
Oh, so you're pulling
all right.
218 West Main?
No.
No. Oh, this one,
Hold on.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
But not, that's not right. Maybe when we have a break, we can figure out something else.
Can we take a quick 5-minute break? All right. I
Want
just
to
need
take
a
our
quick
main break right now? 10 minutes?
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Taking time to like-
All right, I call this meeting back to order. There were a couple citizens who didn't understand that they could speak on one of the 8 items, or items 2 through 8, during the community matters. So we're going to open community matters back up. And any other public comment, we had some slots if you would like to speak. So if there's anyone here who would like to speak during community matters, you can come up.
I want to thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Elizabeth Turner. I live at 630 Preston Place in Charlottesville, Virginia, and I am here to speak against the number 8 Board of Architectural Review appeal. I'm asking that the City Council respect the ruling of the Board of Architectural Review, which offers the protections of the historical overlay and the historically protected property, and that the appeal is asking for an exception to the regulations, which says that parking lots can be behind historic structures. They're asking for a parking lot in the side yard of, and the only remaining face and terrace and doorway of this historic property. And we're asking that this is against the regulations, and we are asking for the council to uphold the ruling of the Board of Architectural Review and deny this appeal.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Hi, thank you. My name is Lisa Kendrick, and I live at 622 Preston Place. And I would ask that you uphold the Board of Architectural Review's decision, their position. We've been in discussions with them over a long period of time. This is a historical home that has a front yard and a side yard. It's grassy, and it has been said that it's an expansion of a parking lot. That parking lot never existed on the front or on the side of the yard. On the east side of this historical home, there were probably room enough for 4 cars. And the reason that it looks like a parking lot now is because they've used it as a construction site, as I can understand. But this property could be returned to its grassy side yard and grassy front yard if the City Council recognizes the Board of Architectural Review's position. It's a historical neighborhood. The City of Charlottesville has determined that they want to have this neighborhood held as a historical neighborhood. And if we keep chipping away, we're not going to have our historical, beautiful neighborhoods. Everybody in our community takes care of their yard. We would have to go in front of the board if we wanted to make changes to our front yards, and so it's all these pieces that we are upholding to make a beautiful, whole historical neighborhood, to maintain that for people who come after us. You know, we're not going to be in our homes forever, and we want to pass on something that is beautiful, and the City of Charlottesville has decided that they want to maintain this historical neighborhood. So again, I ask you to uphold the research, the powerful thought that the Board of Architectural Review has given their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Community matters? All right.
Thanks, Mayor and councilors. I wanted to speak mostly echoing things the commissioner already said about the parking garage to be built for court parking. I want to direct your attention to the parking report commissioned a few years ago in 2015 that concluded that parking resources in the area downtown are adequate. So we don't need to build more parking than is required by the agreement with the county. I think we're building triple the number of spaces that the agreement requires. I also think, having read the report laboriously over the weekend, there's a lot of things that we could do to manage parking demand downtown that haven't been done. About transit, bike parking, other demand management strategies that we should put more thought into and actually try out before we build parking that we don't need. Also, looking over the proposed capital improvements plan, we're going to spend, $12–15 million in this parking structure at the same time that we're cutting money from affordable housing to sidewalks to bicycle infrastructure. And it seems like the community needs, and all of you on council have expressed, and I agree, the city needs affordable housing, it needs better non-car transit. And so to cut money for those services and use it to pay for a huge parking structure doesn't seem like what you all want. And then this vote tonight is happening for some of you at the end of your term on council. And it seems appropriate to give the incoming councilors and the planning commission their chance to read over the proposal and weigh in. And so, again, echoing the commissioner, I would urge you to strike the item about building the 300-spot parking garage for the courthouse parking. No objection to buying the land. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Could you state your name?
My name is Josh Karp. I live in Charlottesville Towers.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, closing community matters. Now we're at the item 3, resolution, city manager recommendation to address organizational equity.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. What we do have before you, and which was sent to you earlier this afternoon, as I had the discussion with most of you, was pertaining to the two cost proposals. One is the first one, as I mentioned before, dealing with the advisory committee, which contains two recommendations. One was with the pertaining to having 3 staff members within the equity office, which was a total of $197,000 for the remaining of the fiscal year. We're estimating that it'll be $463,000 in the next fiscal year, and will need to be considered in the proposed budget for FY21. The second is a recommendation which I got from our Human Resources Director, and with that said, I wanted to basically have someone in place, in-house, to be able to give us another recommendation also. But as I mentioned, the $197,000, as which was originally presented, is still there. We do have that priced out. But the second is recommended, basically, it proposes a narrower scope of work within the first 6 months to allow for a subject matter expert to design a plan specific to our organization. The estimated cost for that is $113,000. The costs for FY21 will be adjusted based upon recommendations developed from the Equity and Inclusion Officer from a post-organizational assessment. So like I said, it just gives you, the council, another option in terms of if you wanted to look at it from hiring a director as well as staffing right away, or looking at it from having a manager to begin the program, to be able to look at it and give us the necessary recommendations to move that forward. But I do also have our Human Resources Director here that can answer any questions you may have pertaining to that. Michelle.
Good evening, Mayor Walker, Vice Mayor Hill, honorable members of council. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm part of this very important and exciting work for the city. As Dr. Richardson outlined, I did not have the privilege of working with the advisory committee. I did, however, review the recommendations. My assessment is that I made a recommendation to the city manager that we hire a subject matter expert in equity and inclusion that can come back to us and really tell us what resources are going to be needed. I think that the scope of work outlined by the advisory committee was very ambitious, very good plans, very exciting things. I'm afraid that we may be already lining up activities and events that could take away from what needs to be done, customized for our organization. I think having someone come in and do the climate assessment and really determining where is the city of Charlottesville in terms of readiness for this action and making the changes intentional and strategic. Are there any questions I can answer for you?
So after this assessment, I see that, you know, obviously recognize that there might be an opportunity to then, you know, elevate that position. Can you just kind of describe how you could see that being, so there's a fluid process, and then what that organizational structure might look like?
Certainly, certainly. I understand that the committee's original recommendation was to have an independent office with a director and staff. My only concern is from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, asking for that money and it not really being utilized those first 6 months. It would just be too soon. The objectives were very aggressive, training for over 300 members of staff. This isn't a one and done shot. This is a culture change, and we have to make it sustainable, and we have to make sure that we do it in tandem with human resources efforts. So again, if the person comes back, the subject matter expert says, these are the resources I need the ear of the city manager, I don't need to report to anyone else, then that's time to consider those changes.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Yeah, thanks. So my thoughts are, you know, the initiative that was started by Assistant City Manager, Deputy City Manager Mike Murphy, at the request of the work that we had been saying is a priority for us. Someone that has been with the city for over 23 years. I think that the group that they put together, which consisted of, you know, Andrea Douglas, who is at the Heritage Center, Kelly Palmer, who is doing one of our biggest companies, equity and diversity work right now, and Jordy Yeager. We just received the mapping report from him, people who have been in this area for a long time and understand the needs of, I don't think that we need someone else to come in and do that again. I also don't understand why we would not hire a director level, not an individual that reports to a director, but a person who comes in understanding that they are equal to, and that the power that this position is going to require, not just for the internal equity work that is needed, but also the community level and the regional work that is needed. So I didn't think that we were going to hire just as I said with the CRB. I don't think that, you know, it is up to us to hire everyone that's going to be involved with the program. You want the leader in place, whoever that's going to be, and for the leader to build their team and for us to commit to supporting them. So my recommendation for additional hires wouldn't be any differently than it was for the CRB to get the first person on board and move forward there. I don't think this kind of decision you make based on fiscal responsibility, even though fiscal responsibility is very important. There's a lot of money that we spend in the city, and if we are not committed to making sure that equity is a top priority and making sure that the funding for those kind of initiatives are there. So those are my comments surrounding this proposal.
Mayor Walker, I just have a kind of a question. And it only occurred to me after listening to some of this discussion, the the proposal as provided to us by our HR director, is that predicated on reviewing and building on the work of the task force? How are those two efforts related? Sorry, I didn't ask earlier.
Again, I think the recommendations from the advisory council are very honorable. They're right on point with what we need to do. The most important thing, I think, is that we're just stepping over the factor of change. We have a big ship here, and we're turning that ship around. And if we want this change to be sustainable, it has to be incremental and intentional. I did review the members of the people that were on the committee. Frankly, there was no one on there from an HR standpoint. So again, it's not that I'm removing those recommendations or trying to substitute them. I just want a subject matter expert to be on board and assess this organization's stance, where we are, what we're ready for. So it won't be one more thing that's happening to employees here. It should be intentional.
But this isn't just about the employees. This is about the entire city.
Exactly.
And in the report, there was, and so in terms of incremental and process, there are some shifts that have to occur sooner rather than later. And we have been having those conversations based on just that initial reporting from that group. And that did not include the narratives from your department directors that were very troubling. There is reason for alarm, and we know already that the staff may not necessarily be ready for this kind of shift. It is our job to make sure that they are. As an HR director, and then the work that this other director would do in alignment with your work would fix that internal piece. But there's also this major work that we have to do as a community on equity, inclusion, diversity, race relation. That isn't just an HR standpoint.
Correct. Correct, ma'am. I understand, Mayor. I understand. What I'm asking for is to allow time for the expert to come in and build time to build an understanding of the internal landscape of our organization, including the policies, the cultural climate, and how those equity issues intersect with our business functions. That's what I understood to be the goal of the committee.
And like I said before,
Go ahead.
yeah, like I said before, all we did was gave another, a proposal. That's it. Okay? Like I said, the funding is already here for that. We're okay with that. All we were just giving another a look at in terms of proposal. We're okay with moving forward with was already presented.
Yeah, so I'm actually in agreement with Mayor Walker in regards to, and I appreciate your perspective, but I do think when we look at bringing in another expert, when we've had individuals or the team that's been comprised, and I think your point is well taken, there wasn't someone, quote, like specifically with the HR background, although some could argue that some of those individuals who are on that team have an extensive background with doing human resources work. But I think that they're the quote-unquote subject matter experts from a local perspective and in how we currently operate as a city. And I think to bring in another expert from the outside or from wherever to essentially do the same work that we had this committee doing is...
Well, with all due respect,
Sure.
I understood the subject matter expert we hire will be the manager, director, whatever level you want to promote this person into, that is the expert.
Yeah, see, I think we just need to hire. I'm in favor of hiring a director now and allowing that individual, as Mayor Walker alluded to build out their team. We've done the research and the background work, and in my opinion, I think we should move forward with allowing this individual or hiring this individual, and then moving forward with developing this equity piece for the organization and the community as a whole. Because I think that's the other piece. It's not just about the city of Charlottesville as an organization. It's about our community as a whole, and we have to take a stand in this regard.
And I'm less concerned about the structure, because I think regardless they're going to be working hand in hand with you on the internal functions and then with others. But I do see that there is a step process here, that we do hire someone, whether we call it a manager, director, whatever that title is, that is going to take some time to just get the groundwork laid, kind of like we discussed with the CRB, and then from there, build out their team. But I think to have the expectation that day one, we're going to have a team of 4 people ready to go, I think is not something that I would be in support of. But I'm less concerned about, I understand the interest, and from the get-go, just kind of having an independent, part of the organization that can do this. But I do think it's so important that they are working hand in hand with the HR department for those internal needs.
So for that
And,
point,
can I
Vice Mayor
just-
Hill, go ahead.
And I just from the recommendations that that we received from the team, I don't think anyone staffed to ensure capacity. There were 3 positions: director who reports to the city manager, data analyst, and community engagement coordinator. I don't think anyone would, or at least just how my mind works, would have thought that you would start hiring all of those positions without the leader of the team being on board. So even with them saying this.
Right, I was just
no.
clarifying what Dr. Bellamy
Yeah.
said with my opinion.
Well, one question I would have, I don't think it's the final question, I would have for you in that regard, Vice Mayor Hill, if we looked at bringing in this individual at the director's position and then allowing them to build out their team, not saying we're bringing in, multiple positions at once, but starting with this one position so that they can do the groundwork, would that make you feel comfortable?
Yeah, I just think that it's a very subtle difference between whether that's a manager who I understand would, for a short period of time, report into HR versus someone who is working independently. And I understand the desire to have something independent of any other department in the organization, but I want to make sure that they are working in partnership with our HR function, because I think there's a lot of experience there that we need to be leveraging.
So from
But
an
they
HR
would-
question, could we write the job description and such that it's a director position in which they work with you and the other persons who are at a similar capacity?
But why wouldn't they work with every member of the, why was there assumption that they?
Well, I'm sure they will, but it's okay to be explicit in description, just so we quell
The
everybody's
draft
concern.
description would just give day-to-day supervision to the HR director rather than the city manager. The person would actually be advising the city manager, advising the lead team, the deputy city managers, and providing that expert advice directly to the leadership.
And I think that a director level position that is reporting to the city manager, that is equal to every other department head, is what we need.
It's necessary.
Mayor Walker, may I contribute something? And again, I really love your emphasis on getting, a subject matter expert as this entity, as this driver of this new office. I think what the difference is that we also, and Mayor Walker saying this, it's not only internal to this organization that we need to do the deep kind of tilling of the soil and the working of the ground to get at the equity issues. It's the community at large. And so that's why I'm inclined to see that there would be sooner versus later more than one position, because we need that corollary in the community doing that kind of deep work methodically, professionally, hand in glove with, excuse me, I said that phrase, with the new director. So I want to make sure that you understand that I completely respect what you're saying about the essential nature of that HR-oriented position. It's critical, but it's also, I want to just underscore what I've been hearing for many months now, that we need that facilitator in the community to help us have these challenging conversations also. And so that's where I'm inclined to be somewhere in the middle, provide a budget, but not assuming that it's not going to be ramped up immediately right away. But I hope that at least clarified my position.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think right now all we have in front of us to decide on is how we're going to the funds allocated for this current fiscal
this
year,
current
because the
fiscal-
remainder will be determined through the budget cycle. So
Yes.
this 113 does what was originally discussed.
The 113 is just for the manager. The other portion of that is the 197, which is the hiring of the staff. Am I correct, Michelle, with
Yes.
stating that? Hiring a director and with the possibility of starting to hire staff, the 197.
So we're saying this current fiscal year that there's council support for hiring the person who's going to lead this team.
I guess, why couldn't the manager that is indicated at the 113,005 budget become the director in the 197,000 budget, once we have more staff?
So that is, I think, what they are proposing, that you initially hire this person as a manager, and then they become a director, which, if we look at even the county's creation of their office, there's been one person working in that office, Siri Russell, since they started it. So the notion that a director who doesn't oversee staff yet would have to be a manager and under someone, I haven't been able to understand that throughout the conversations that we've been having. I think the person applying for this position, understanding that the direction that we're going and the importance of the position and the power that comes with the position should be a key factor in our deciding which direction to go.
I think there's 2 points right here, is basically prepare staff in context for cultural change, which was around 42,000. And then we had to create the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for the remainder of fiscal year 20. So the total would be 197, 181. And that's out of the original, which was the recommendation that came back.
So I guess, just looking at the two proposals, what I think we need to decide on is whether this person initially, whether we are asking that this individual will be hired as a director to look at the overall recommendations that were made by the group convened by by Deputy City Manager, and that we agreed on moving forward with in August and May, or whether we're changing that and going with a manager level position that reports directly to the HR director. So that's the discussion. And then what is moving forward is just where in these recommendations, once that person is hired.
Madam Mayor, I'll just say that my general approach on these is going to be consistent through a couple of different times this meeting where similar questions are coming up, which is to defer to the city manager and his staff. We worked for a very long time to get a city manager with a strong city manager approach coming from a city manager background, which we did not have before, who was committed to equity, that came up exhaustively through the very public interview process with Dr. Richardson. And I just would be inclined on this, as in a couple of the other matters that are going to come up, to basically defer to his judgment and to avoid any semblance of micromanaging or getting involved in the operational details. In the form of government we have, when counselors start getting really involved in operational details, it can create a lot of confusion. And I really believe that the city manager and his staff are going to be very dedicated to this, that they're giving us their best take on what it's going to be like to implement this very important initiative.
So Mike, this is policy, which is what we do.
It's not policy. We're talking about details about the kinds of staff who are going to be hired.
If you're talking about creating a new department and what that looks like, that is policy.
And again, I think that we can
Okay.
have a disagreement on it, but that's my take on it.
So, Dr. Richardson, just to be clear, with your proposal and the resolution that's before us at 113,000, that very well can grow into this Office of Equity as as basically outlined in recommendation number 2, that what your resolution is responding to is the current fiscal year.
Yes, that is correct. In establishing the program and moving into the position of director once staff is hired. But like I said, it's just another proposal, second proposal. It doesn't have to be.
All right, is there a motion?
There's just one reading. We don't,
Yeah, this is
we're
just,
not voting.
the resolution's right here, yeah. So some of the only difference here is whether this is a manager who's working for HR directly for the first 6 months, or if it's someone we bring in who is a director on their own, reporting directly to the city manager, but partnering with HR for the next 6 months. And there's some dollar amount difference depending on if it's a manager or a director. Right?
That's it.
So I'm less concerned about that subtlety difference than I am about just taking the time to have that person, subject matter expert, come in, take the recommendations from that group, and really start to develop the robust plans and identifying what support they're going to need moving forward. So I'm less concerned about the title.
And I can respect that position, but I think it's important for us to understand that the subtleties matter. So
I'm just saying I'm willing to compromise on that, because
Yeah.
I think I'd prefer maybe another direction, but I'm happy for us to support
No,
the director route.
I'm just elaborating in that regard. And again, I appreciate your perspective. I think it's well taken, but I do think it's important for us to notate that the subtleties matter. When you think about someone's title, specifically to the job responsibilities and the duties, and then how they're seen in the community, we want to ensure that this position from the onset is seen as one of the utmost importance, which is why we want to give it the higher title. So for me, I think it really does matter that we provide this position or provide this individual, she or he, with the proper title of director. And that's kind of where I am. I would be willing to make a motion in that regard.
What's the dollar amount that goes with basically this proposal, but just having it be a higher level, a higher?
That's when you go to the original recommendation, which is the
But that has other
197.
components to it. That has other,
Yeah, the salary for the director is about 10,000 more, with another 5,000 more in benefits. So it's more, so we could say we start with a director, understanding that we're creating the office, but we don't have that dollar amount at this point, and we don't have a resolution.
For the director, it's 118,000.
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah, correct.
But
oh, versus 113.
then you have the health benefits.
Health benefits.
No? Is that all inclusive?
And Dr. Richardson, do you have a recommendation on these items for us?
No, I
Or
just wanted to bring,
preference?
I just wanted to bring both of them to you so that you could see it. If you wanted to go in either direction, if you wanted to have a manager, you wanted to have a director, you would have that opportunity. But as I said before, what came as far as the recommendation from the committee was to have a director. What we were just looking at as far as the time frame and getting it up and running.
Okay. Okay.
So it seems that there's consensus in that regard to the director piece.
So can we adopt a resolution that,
Yeah. If you're willing to read it, I'll second it.
Or could we provide direction to staff to come to us
on consent?
with the consent agenda with a position of a director?
I don't understand why we would need to do
Well,
that. We
because
could
we-
just substitute the
We're
words.
seeing multiple numbers in front of us, and we're not sure what,
If you went with the director, we had that total estimate of that 197, 181, which was out of the original.
but that includes these other roles.
Yes.
So we're just saying the director only is 118.9.
118.9, but as you can, it's 6 months. It's reflecting 6 months is basically how we got it estimated. With the 59,000, which is basically half of the 118.
118, right. Yeah. And that's,
And then, to starting the hiring of the staff, once they get on and how many months that will be. If it's 3 months in terms of the data analyst, human services planner, once the director gets in and being able to hire those folks. So we just price those out based upon the amount of months that person would be working within that fiscal year. So the total, like I said, is 197 with the director position.
But that's not for just the last 6 months. I'm
No,
sorry,
that's,
I'm
no.
coming.
This is for the remainder of fiscal year 20, is a total of $155,000. If you look at page number 2, it talks about, all the preliminary stuff that is going to be going on with the 42,000, talking about the staff and city staff and context for cultural change is 42,000. Then if you go to the next page, when you talk about creating an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, that's another 155, which will take you to that 197, with the director and the data analyst, human services, plus the benefits.
Okay, so the community engagement coordinator is something that will come later based on this 197,000 budget. It's because it's zeroed out.
Right, but we do have.
That is correct, but as you can recall, you do have a community engagement coordinator already as a position in the city. I think that was held by, I can't remember his last name, Matthew
Murphy.
Yeah.
Correct.
But that was a city council position. It wasn't a city manager position.
But that's what we talked about in terms of whether we have to create which was the intention behind those extra positions, was kind of the sub-government, or whether we were all a team and the person worked for the city manager and council is able to ask questions and ask them to do things as a result of being council, which is, part of the discussion that's been up here, today. So consistently with that position, I thought that was a position that should be under the city manager and not directly under council. And if council needed community engagement done, that person as an employee of the city should be able to do it. So that position right now is not, but it's not a staff position.
It's funded, but it's a vacancy.
But if I may, I still see this as a logistical question. There needs to then be a discussion about, number one, discontinuing that position as a council position and then freeing up that money instead of just simply taking that money with that position still in place and putting it into another one. There are two different discussions going on here. And right now, I want to understand what we're voting on tonight.
But I also think with that position, that just voting on the director position and allowing that person to shape the team that it needs to do the work that they deem is necessary to do is a next step and isn't something that we are voting on tonight. But I do understand that being a conversation that we need to have about whether we, and as of right now, that's not the direction that we have decided to go to hire that position again.
Well, that's going to be also your council retreat in January or whenever you have that. Mm-hmm. But for tonight, I do think we're moving towards having a director position, but I still want to know what the dollar amount is that we need to plug into the resolution.
And what I did was just literally for just talking about the director position for the rest of the fiscal year, it's $80,811. That doesn't include this $50,000 operating budget for office staff development, et cetera, because I'm not sure that that's in the scope for what we're doing in the immediate term. Or is it? I'm just asking. Because that would mean that it's $130,000.
Because there's $50,000 also with the, that's a given.
If you put in there, let me just say this, if you put in there the $197,000 for the budget, right, and you don't spend it all, we could make adjustments based upon that. So it's nothing new. You can always do that in terms of the dollars that are not being used. It'll all go back into the general fund.
But that person's salary shouldn't be $80,000 at a director.
So
It's for half the year.
Okay.
So maybe is the fix on this one simply to use the resolution language that we have, but instead of 113,596, you put in 197,181?
That's it.
And that's all you need to change,
And
because there's
that- and
nothing
that-
else in here that
and-
talks about titles or positions. It's just based on the conversation tonight.
And that'll get us through the fiscal year.
So I would, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if that's, that we pass a resolution implementing recommendations from the city manager to address organizational equity of 197,181, and that number will be reflected throughout the resolution.
Second.
So, and I just have a clarifying question in terms of, you said based on the discussion that we've had, with the understanding that that is not going with the recommendation that was attached to,
It was in the original memo.
This is the
Okay.
original, this is the original, this is the original.
but I'm just making sure that, because she said without changing
Yeah,
any wording.
this is the directorship.
Okay. All right, is that sufficient, Mr. Blair?
Should there be others? Other language?
I think, well, the language that Counselor Galvin talked about, just changing the number, I think it probably, that's just purely a fiscal number. Now, again, this is more a question of if you wanted to tighten that up, you could say, and I believe it's, I would say the August 19, 2019 report and recommendation. I would include that within the resolution.
So you'd say something like, implementing recommendations as per the August
19th, 2019 report and recommendation.
Because that has 42,000 allocated for city staff and context for cultural change in this current fiscal year. Are we
Right.
saying we're ready for that work to be done? Because I'm sorry, there's so many numbers on this
Yeah,
page.
I'm
There's
trying
the
to figure out-
42,000 for preparing city staff and context for cultural change, the 155 for creating the Office of Equity, and I'm assuming those add up to be this 197, but it is
Yes.
both parts. Whereas
Yes.
earlier I thought I heard us saying that we were gonna focus on getting the director on board to set up the office, and this other things would follow once we have.
That is what we said.
So I think that it's a different number.
Okay, the different number. I mean,
But he
is-
said that he can adjust the number based on the hire, so we are all saying right now, I think, that we would just be hiring the director position for the Office of Equity, and that once that person is on board, we would move forward with other recommendations as that person presents.
Right. I'm just saying that if we want to have it reflect just that starting of the creating the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, it's the 155, but it's fine.
No, we couldn't do that because you have all those other things that they're planning to do within that in establishing the equity advisory team to shepherd the work. So you're going to have folks in there doing different things, so you have to have that additional funding. So like I said, if...
I just don't think that the HR director was saying those are things that are going to come once this other person gets on board and lays, it's just a timing thing.
Yeah.
Well, could it be another clarification that we cite as per the recommendation number 2 in the memo to council dated December 2nd, 2019? From the Director of Human Resources? So that we really tie it to this?
Councilwoman, let me just say this, Mayor. I would rather right now where we're at in terms of everyone talking about a directorship position and think that the council's on board with that. So let us just go with the 197. And we'll make adjustments accordingly based upon what the director finds as a need in terms of expenditures.
And that makes it clean. We just
So-
do that and we move forward.
So the resolution then, as I've proposed, works?
Yes, with the verbiage that you read and the number, the 197, 181 number.
With the verbiage as per the August 19 report?
Yes.
And that's what you're talking about, Dr. Richardson?
Exactly.
And it is August 19.
Yes, August 19, 2019.
So, again, I move that we adopt the resolution implementing recommendations as per the August 19, 2019 report from the city manager to address organizational equity at $197,181. And all the numbers within that resolution change accordingly.
Exactly. Second that.
Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. The second?
Yep, I'll
Any
second it.
further discussion?
And discussion.
All right, please vote.
There we have
This
it.
carries 5-0.
Good job.
Next, we have resolution, General District Court, and 7th Street deck project.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is
Good
Chris
evening.
Engel, Director of Economic Development. And I'm joined tonight by Rick Siebert, our parking manager, and Crystal Rittervold with the Facilities Development Department with the city. We're here to provide a quick update on two separate but related projects. The first is the General District Court, which is being done in conjunction with Albemarle County. And the second is the parking structure that supports that, as well as other needs in the downtown area. So just a little bit of history. You all will remember last year, December 17th, 2018, a memorandum of agreement between the city and county was agreed upon and announced, officially, I guess, obligating the city and county to work together on a general district court that would be located at Court Square at 350 Park Street. Just to add a little bit of context to that and demonstrate that the city and county have been working on some semblance of this project for over a decade. And I'll just hit a couple of those highlights for the benefit of the public as well as yourself to refresh yourselves on this. 2004, the city and county jointly purchased what was known as the Hedgerow properties, which consisted of the Levy building, the historic Levy Opera House, the Jessup House, and the associated parking around that, as well as the surface lot at 701 East Market Street, which we're considering tonight. Those three properties were purchased jointly, 50-50 split between the city and county. And that was the earliest conception of a joint project around a courts complex back in 2004. 2009, the city and county jointly funded a planning analysis assessing the current needs of both courts and looking at what a physical structure might cost. In 2015, there was a little bit of a bump in the road. The county decided to look at a potential standalone court project outside of the downtown, outside of the city, at a couple of locations. So they engaged a consultant to look at that during 2015. At that same time, the city council at the time passed a resolution committing some assistance in terms of providing parking for a court project, and basically passed a resolution that indicated their support to the current County Board of Supervisors to get them to consider continuing the conversation about doing a co-located court in the downtown area. Also in that year, in the capital improvement plan for the city, a $6.5 million allocation was put in place for the court complex, and that's for the city's piece of the court complex. In 2016, the city purchased a property that's adjacent to 701 East Market Street. It's at 801, 805 East Market Street. And that property was purchased on the open market at that time for the purposes of having more options to create a solution to parking challenges related to the courts, but also to the downtown in general. In FY18, a CIP allocation was put in place for a parking garage. It was a $10 million allocation put in place in FY18 with $0 in FY18 and 19 and 20, but starting in 21 and 22 is when the $10 million was split between those 2 years. And as we're moving along, we're approaching FY21. So those dollars have been contemplated and are in place in the current CIP today. Also in 2018, the memorandum of agreement between the city and county was formalized and announced. The MOA also contributes, requires the city to make the contribution for the court complex that I referenced earlier, that $6.5 million, as well as a commitment to building a parking structure to serve the court. In 2019, both the city and county pursued legislative changes at the General Assembly to allow a county courthouse to actually be outside of its current location within the city. That was on both legislative agendas. That was also referenced in the MOA as one of the stipulations or criteria to continue moving forward with the agreement. Those changes were passed by the General Assembly and signed into law following the 2019 season, General Assembly session, excuse me. Also, in 2019, the county formulated a team to start working on the General District Court complex. The county is going to be the lead on that actual building. The city will be the lead on the parking structure. Both will have interaction from both parties, but the way the project is designated right now, the county will be the lead on the actual court building and the city being the lead on the parking structure. So at that same time, the team that I mentioned that's here today started looking at what we needed to do to get prepared once the CIP dollars are available in FY21, which is not too far away from us now. And so we commenced our efforts by following what's fairly prescriptive items in the MOA, which required the city to engage an appraiser to appraise the ownership, appraise the value of the property that's jointly owned between the city and county. So we did that. We agreed upon an appraiser. We commissioned the appraisal that came in at a total of $2.56 million for the total value of the 4/10 of an acre. The MOA states that 50% of that is the county's portion, and that would then be the agreed upon price for the parcel. So that happened. We also engaged Kimley Horn, which is a nationally recognized transportation consultant, to do a conceptual feasibility study of the properties to figure out what would work best given the dimensions of the site, the zoning of the site, the traffic volumes in the area. They came up with a number of designs that we talked through as a team. And these are all conceptual, mind you. None of this has been designed in terms of what it might actually look like. That's farther down the process. But they basically, did a fit for the site to see what could work there with respect to a parking facility. We also gave them some parameters to activate the street frontage so that it wouldn't be a single wall across the blocks, and asked them to incorporate some type of commercial spaces along the Market Street frontage. Several concepts. The concept that we ultimately agreed upon is included in your documents here today, as well as a survey which was also done that shows both properties in proximity to one another. The survey was also completed very recently this year. We also got an estimate on the cost, which came in at $8.5 million for a 300-space, roughly 300-space deck that would span the two properties, the 701 property, the 801 property, and a small portion of 8th Street would be impacted by that as well. That's not a decision we're asking you to make tonight. Obviously, a future city council would certainly have to agree to close a portion of a street. In this case, it is a one-way street that has minimal traffic, and for reasons, efficiency reasons with the design of a building, it seems to make sense in this particular case. So the study was done, the appraisal was done, the survey was done. The funds are allocated in the FY21 CIP, which starts in July. We're now at the point where the MOA requires the city and county to formally transact the property, in which we would become the 100% owner. The MOA gives a 6-month window for that to happen, and one of the items that the resolution asks you all to move forward tonight is directing the funds for that, moving them from the CIP contingency to the project fund to allow the purchase actually to happen. So that basically sums up the overview of where we are right now. I did want to mention that we did have the consultants look at a number of different options, and including using one lot or the other lot, both lots. They ultimately arrived at the solution that we've recommended here, which is item C, concept C, which is the 306-space deck that spans the two lots. And they basically did that for efficiency purposes in terms of construction costs. And the zoning also played into that. There's 45 feet is the by right permitted height in this location, after which you could seek a special use permit, but a special use permit would bring into play some uncertainty, for one, and typically there's a step back requirement that happens above that 45-foot level that, as you can imagine, with a lot that has three corners, if you're stepping back from three streets, you're minimizing your buildable area pretty significantly. And when you're dealing with a parking structure, that's even more significant than any other type of structure, in which you can have a little more flexibility with the spaces. I did want to also mention that in 2016, when the property was purchased at 801, 805 East Market Street, the council at the time was very concerned about the existing businesses on the property and what would happen to them. At the time of the purchase, which was now 3 years ago, they had just renewed their leases with the current landowner for a 5-year period. And the commitment was to allow those leases to remain in place for the full 5-year term.
I have a
Those
question.
terms run out, I'm sorry.
Just go ahead. I thought you
Those terms run out in 2021, October 30th, 31st, 2021, and they coincide with the overall plan for construction of both the court project as well as parking structure. So I did just want to mention that was a consideration of the previous council that actually purchased the property back in 2016.
So, Chris, in terms of the retail space that's going to be in the building, was there consideration for, because we've got quite a bit of feedback on Guadalajara and their, location downtown, the possibility of them being a tenant in the building?
So that hasn't been determined. No conversations have happened of any significance with them about that as of yet. It's a little early. It's certainly possible that one or both of the entities that are on the property now could be tenants of a new facility. There's 12,000 square feet of retail planned across that street frontage, which is certainly more than is what is on those properties today. There are certain considerations that have to be made fairly well in advance with respect to planning for a restaurant versus an office space, or a convenience store versus something else with delivery access and whatnot. But that certainly has not been precluded, so that is certainly a possibility. You do. Of course, if you do that, you have the interim period where you're doing construction, and they obviously can't be there, even if they intend to come back as a later term tenant. So that certainly has to be dealt with. In either case, one of the services that our offices provides, its Office of Economic Development, would be relocation assistance in trying, if they're interested in looking for other locations nearby, to relocate either during a temporary period or permanently.
But we could also have that conversation about if they wanted potentially to stay in this area, what that could possibly look like.
Yes.
And one of the questions I asked, just for the benefit of the public, because a lot of the emails that were coming were really focused on this 90 spaces. However, just by virtue of building this, there's, 63 spaces that also have to be replaced of our existing inventory, which is largely used by the city?
Correct. So the current surface lot at 701 East Market Street has 63 spaces on it now, which are, some are leased to private citizens, some are leased to city employees, but it is full and it stays full. So in an effort to not lose parking capacity, you would certainly want to replace those spaces as well as the 90 that are required by the MOA. And in this scenario, if you're adding some retail space, you're creating demand, and that's going to create a necessity for a certain number of retail spaces dedicated to that use. We've estimated that at 30 for the time being. So at a 306 space deck, once you net out those requirements, you would have 123 net new spaces. I think I did mention in one of the correspondences earlier today that we do have a waiting list for the Market and Water Street combined of well over 150 at this moment in terms of monthly rental interest.
Because there's a certain balance that you try to achieve. I think what confuses people is they see there are spaces available, but we want to have a certain number for transient use, for people who are just coming to visit on a short-term basis can use. That means there may be some spaces, and at times those are actually been full, and I've experienced that firsthand. But even when those aren't full, you're just saying there's a certain number we've allocated for monthly parkers, and there's over 150 that are being demanded that we just can't service at this point.
Yes, there's a balance at both garages, and the balance is different at each garage. Market Street certainly gets the majority of the use and has most of the court-related traffic, as well as, downtown transient traffic. And so we allow a little bit more room at Market Street, but Market Street has the most demand and is most prone to occasional closings, as some have experienced, typically due to high court case days and other busy times, but typically midday for short periods of time. So that, in addition to 150 folks are on a list for monthly spaces, indicates a continuing demand for parking.
And the Belmont Bridge is one of many developments underway that is going to remove some of our inventory. I know a lot of city staff. I see them walking across the bridge every morning.
Yes, the new bridge is actually a shorter bridge, which means that it has some different structural elements that are actually going to remove some free spaces that are currently available on the south side of the bridge. Some of those spaces will come back, but about half of them will not. So that will have an impact, as well as additional development over on that side of the Belmont Bridge on the Housing Authority property, and potentially other sites as well.
And I just have one more quick point that I think is important for us to hear from the counselors who were a part of the negotiations with the county over the court's agreement. But just by the time I had my meeting with regarding the last meeting regarding this project, there was already conversations surrounding the potential of affordable housing or other housing mixed use at this site. So if you would just talk about that a bit too, because we have explored every possible option, in at least through discussion of what is possible here.
Sure. So in 2016, that affordable housing was not part of the discussion, in my recollection, in terms of the desire to purchase this property. It was purchased.
No, but I'm just saying our meeting.
Yes. In terms of what we asked the consultant to consider and to look at, we did ask them about potential air rights, so additional development above a structure of this size, and we asked them to give some opinions about costs and challenges associated with that. And there are many, as you can imagine, when you're trying to accommodate building something above an active parking structure. That is one set of challenges. Not knowing exactly what you're going to build and when you might build it is another set of challenges. You add about 25 to 30% to the base cost of the project just to prepare for the possibility of doing anything above the structure. So if you envisioned the 300 space deck and then you decided to put 20 units on top at a future date, you would incur the 30% surcharge at this point to prepare for that, which is a risk, not knowing if you're going to do it or who's going to do it and what it's going to look like. So ultimately, as a staff, it's our opinion that is probably a risk that is a significant risk for consideration. Within the $10 million that's been allocated and with the timeframes that the MOA with the county stipulates, we don't recommend pursuing a more complicated project of that nature at this point.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Just a couple of points/questions on this. One is that when Councilor Galvin and I were part of this team that helped develop this whole approach, which was really exhaustive to come up with this agreement, and it involved lots of difficult politics and legal issues and the whole threat that this whole complex and hundreds of jobs and people dealing with court dates were going to be moved out of the county, and this was integral to it. But when I had my meeting with you guys, there were a couple questions that came up, and I just wanted to make sure the public heard them. One was that this is linked to the future of the Market Street Garage, which is an aging structure, as I understood it. That was something I didn't know, but that is, as you all are thinking about the infrastructure of the city, they are linked. And I was hoping that you could maybe talk about that, but I wanted to make the second question. And one of the things that I wanted to ask you was from some conferences that I'd been to with other elected officials. There is some academic literature out there about how we should be designing new parking garages to try and accommodate all of the changes or anticipate all the changes that are going to come with automation and with driverless cars and all this stuff that could happen, some of which we may not even know. Like we didn't really, the scooter revolution wasn't even being talked about 4 years ago. And I was very concerned to ask you to make sure that we could address the public's concerns if it came up, that we had done that research and had thought about, should we be designing this garage so that it is flexible for those kinds of purposes, and what would that mean? And then, Mr. Siebert, you went back and did some research and talked to an expert who you knew, and they, as I understood it, they said that actually that is very academic. It's not proven. It's extremely expensive. One of the things that's bearing down on us here are just the logistical aspects of the agreement and the money that's been allocated and the property we have. So and I said, well, you had reassured my concerns, but I think it'd be helpful for the public to hear both of those things.
Yeah, we'll let Mr. Siebert address that.
Hi, my name is Rick Siebert. I'm the parking manager for the city of Charlottesville. I'm a member of the International Parking and Mobility Institute. It's a industry organization, the largest one in the United States, and it is now international and has been for a number of years. The discussion of what's going to happen to parking because of autonomous vehicles has been very much on the minds of people within the industry for at least the last 5 years. So it's been discussed in all sorts of different contexts. One of the things is that there are some thoughts that perhaps if you were going to build a garage today, you ought to take into account the revolution of autonomous vehicles coming, and that might reduce parking demand significantly and cause a garage being built today not to be necessary 10, 15 years into the future. So how are you going to accommodate that? One of the thoughts was that you build a garage that you can convert to another use when that parking demand drops. The issues with that are that you're going to have to pay a premium when you build that garage today to make it capable of being converted in any kind of efficient way. Then, on the second part of that, is you're going to have to pay to a degree a premium to build on top of an existing garage or convert an existing garage into another use. People have tried to run the numbers on this, and I went out to the IPMI forum and got a lot of opinions, not one. I got a variety of opinions from people within the industry who had explored this issue. And the idea was that came back is that's a very difficult problem. It is generally thought today to be cheaper to tear down what you built and build a purpose-built building that meets the highest and best use of the property that 10 or 15 years later, that's cheaper than that cost of building some special garage now that can be converted and may not even be able to be converted to the exact highest and best use that 15 years later. So that was essentially the result of that discussion.
So this is, if I may ask, so how many years left do you think there is on the East Market Street garage?
Well, that was the other part. A lot of cities have looked at this, and the thought has been Normally, cities have multiple facilities that have a variety of ages. Again, if you have a sharp drop in demand and you want to reduce your parking supply, it's again cheaper to tear down your oldest facility, the one in the poorest condition, and then use that property to build whatever is the highest and best use on that property once demand changes. For us, that's going to be the Market Street Garage. It was built in the early 70s. It certainly is not going to last forever. And in 10 or 15 years, we may have to make a serious decision as to how much capital improvement is really well worth putting back into the facility again.
Great. Thank you. So, Mayor Walker, are you done?
Yeah.
I could add a few more things, if I may. And thank you very much, because that does give us an idea of how we could be recycling not only our public parking garages, but the sites themselves. And so, and this actually has been going on, as Mr. Engel was talking about, for many years. And I remember it when Jane Dittmar was the chair of the Board of Supervisors and Satyen Jahuja was the mayor of the city council. So that goes back quite a ways. And then it moved along forward. Parking was always an issue. But then around 2016, it got to the point where there was talk in the county of actually pulling out and building and repurposing one of their older developed areas in the growth area, with the idea that it could also be an economic driver for them. And they also saw that because their land was cheaper, they could have surface parking, they could have a lot less cost involved with a structured parking facility. And they were really, the provision of parking downtown became a deal breaker. They were going to go. And that was when the legal community was mobilized, and quite frankly led by legal aid in many ways, members of the bar, that said, no, we have got to make sure that we keep our city and county courts co-located in one place so that our low-wealth community has unlimited access to justice. And so this whole discussion about the parking garage is a critical step to operationalize an agreement to keep those courts downtown, to preserve access to justice for all people of all income levels, but it also will be critically important for us to keep in mind that it's a fundamental component of the trust between the city and county governments. We cannot break that trust. It is something that we've agreed to and identified, and we signed off on it December 2018. And now we're moving forward, and I say that we just move forward with this resolution tonight. It's a critical piece to operationalize this agreement, and staff has done an awful lot of good work. And it does sound like we have the possibility in 10 years to revisit tearing down a parking garage at East Market and building something entirely new. And the beauty of a compact vertical storage of cars is that it does free up the limited land area in our city for better use. Exactly what the Housing Authority wants to do with the Levy Street site. You can't keep these properties in surface parking lots anymore. And the parking, when 80% of our city employees still can't afford to live in the city that they work, they're driving in. And I would like to also posit for the next council that we can possibly bring back the parking meters. Because 2 years ago, that was a cause célèbre in this community. Don't charge for on-street parking because our employees can't afford it. But if we have a parking garage that we know can take care of the spillover, it might be an opportunity to bring that back again and raise the revenue we need to take care of the infrastructure we have and to get the public to understand that parking is not free.
Any additional comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution to transfer the CIP contingency account for acquisition of land at 701 East Market Street for $1,280,000.
Second?
Okay. Any further discussion? And I just have a quick point that I would like to make about the, just reiterating, and you can go back and look at news accounts and the Daily Progress. At one point, the county was considering putting the court out at Seminole Square, and that is when the legal community mobilized on how court attorneys and other court officials could be in two places at the same time. And just as someone who had worked in the field and knew that it would kind of be, I mean, it would be very difficult to, let's say, have a drug court program in Albemarle County and Charlottesville and have to be at two courts, or even that travel distance. That is one factor in my decision. Sitting in the rooms with the other counselors and hearing and talking to the county, Counselor Hill even sat in on several hours of court discussions trying to come up with this agreement. And while I often hear us talk about that we are, this kind of carless society, I know that even now I'm trying to get through my day, and as close as I live in Belmont and working 2 jobs and trying to get 2 places and get my kid picked up, and it just doesn't work. I'm not driving yet, even though I live close enough if I had the flexibility that I could walk with no issues. That I just don't have the time in my life that permits it. And also one more point is the idea, because several people brought it up, that you could purchase the land, that the land would be for sale from the county, even if we were not agreeing to this MOU. Is that your understanding, that they would sell the land to us if we were not building the garage there?
I hesitate to speak for the county, but I would imagine not.
Okay. And that's has been our understanding throughout this process. And so, is there any other? Those were just the points that I have at this time. Any other discussion? All right, please vote. All right, that carries 5-0.
It's a lot getting done. That's a significant achievement.
That's great. Thank you, everyone.
I don't want us to just glance over that, because that's very significant in terms of the parking piece and a lot of the work in which went into it. And there's a great community benefit from it. So I didn't want to say much because I didn't want to jinx it, but it's here now. So good job, colleagues.
And I think also about our relationship, we have so many difficult conversations with, the county, and this wasn't just about county or city. There were a lot of citizens who discussed. I wasn't, necessarily the conversation about communities having access to justice, because I think our DMC report is going to highlight, just some conflicting information there. But as staff members working within the court system, I think that would present a major challenge as someone who has worked for 5 years within that system, and it is quite challenging for those resources, and especially when you talk about court-appointed attorneys and them having to add, and any attorney, but I work primarily with the court-appointed attorneys, them having to add into their day travel time, and and with the way our traffic is set up now, I think that would present to be a major challenge. All right.
Could I add one short thing, Madam Mayor? And I think, I mean, we obviously have disagreements among us all, but I think that this shows that very different people who have different opinions on lots of different things can still join on matters of policy, and I do appreciate the fact that we had that vote. I also wanted to say about the county, it was very difficult. I mean, we had a lot of conflict with them, and it required kind of hearing them from their perspective, because parking to them, coming into the city, they had all kinds of different feelings about this. And they also have a real problem in the county with these parking lots, with these shopping centers that are kind of emptying out. I mean, it is a big problem, and they thought that they could have this kind of solution where they could bring their whole court complex out and redevelop one of the abandoned shopping centers, and for them to foreclose that, and it would have exacted a great cost on us, but it required a lot of working together and listening to them. Mr. Blair was at the county at that time. So I want to appreciate like them for, and we did have to hear them, and it was hard because we wanted to argue against them a lot of times because it didn't seem to make, but they did, and then they needed something from us, and we gave them something, but I really appreciate what the mayor is saying, because I think the primary beneficiary of all, it is an equity lens. I mean, I think that was really what pushed it, solidified the whole thing, was really thinking about the people who would have been hurt the absolute most by this. So I appreciate you raising that, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right. So next we have a resolution 218 West Market Street, special use permit. One reading. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Madam Mayor, members of council, my name is Brian Holoska. I'm principal planner for the Department of Neighborhood Development Services. Presenting the special use permit request for a mixed-use building at 218 West Market Street, property also known as the Artful Lodger Building. The request in front of you today is for additional height and residential density at the site. This is not my presentation, so the applicant's presenting that, so it's not going to move while I'm up here. It'll move when they do. The request is for an additional 31 feet in height. The by right, maximum height by right on the site is 70 feet. The maximum by special use permit is 101, so they are asking for the maximum on that. Additionally, the maximum residential density allowed by right is 43 dwelling units per acre. They're asking for the maximum allowed under the code by special use permit of 240 dwelling units per acre, which equates to about 134 units on the site. The site is about 0.56 acres. The application was heard by the Planning Commission at their meeting in November. They had a robust discussion about the impacts of the increased density in parking on the site and traffic. Additionally, there were some concerns made about the residential units and what the character of them is and how they would be utilized. There were some concerns raised, I know, about the lack of detail in the application in terms of the look of the building, which would typically be handled by the Board of Architectural Review, as well as the affordable housing component of this, which is a requirement of Section 3412 and is required to be dealt with in the final site plan. But the Planning Commission ultimately voted 5-1 to recommend that the application be approved. You do have a proposed resolution in your packet that has the conditions that were approved by the Planning Commission, including, I know there was some question about an adjacent historic building and the seismic monitoring of that, which this applicant is extremely well aware of. So that condition is also included in here. It should look very familiar. And I'm happy to answer any questions on the behalf of the staff. I know the applicant does have a presentation and they do have some additional clarifications to their application that I know they want to present to you.
Just one question. So the Artful Lodger building itself is going to be torn down?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the vintage of that building?
I don't know the date off the top of my head. I know it was approved by the BAR for demolition, and it was a contributing structure in the historic
It
district.
was a contributing structure?
All, in the downtown district, all the structures are contributing. I don't think
But
there's
it was approved for demolition?
Yes.
Okay.
I have questions later, but.
Okay.
Mayor Walker, Mr. Manager, members of council, good evening. Thank you all for your time this evening. I know it's late. I'll try and be brief. Well,
Trust me, you're not late, bro.
I did try to do my part in expediting the agenda and, removing one item from the agenda earlier this evening, so hopefully that gets me some points.
Thank you, man. Take note to the rest of those who are watching.
As Brian alluded to, this is a SUP application for additional height and density at 218 West Market. There is approval by the BAR for demolition of the existing structure that is contingent on site plan approval and building permit. So that is not a carte blanche approval of that demolition. So just for clarity, since that came up, that is already in place and does exist. Project sponsor Jeff Levine unfortunately cannot be here, so you are stuck with his project team, myself, LJ Lopez with Milestone Partners, and Jeff Dreyfus with Bushman Dreyfus Architects. Jeff is going to present here in just a minute on some of the design components. So as we've gone through this process is an SUP application. We had appeared before the BAR twice. We went to a Planning Commission work session, and then we attended most recently the joint public hearing at the Planning Commission. Throughout that process, the request has remained the same, but the details, the specifics have become more clear, and hopefully tonight and this evening I can provide more clarity and commitment. It is not in our practice to present this to you. Ideally, this has the option and opportunity for staff to review and comment and come to you in your package. The holiday and timing did not allow, and additionally, this piece of property and project is contract purchase, and there are deadlines that we are up against. So we took this opportunity to present to you this evening. The two, which Brian alluded to earlier, where there was conversation, concern, anxiety around design, we're here tonight, and Jeff will present on more design clarity. And then as he wraps up, I will be able to address some of the affordable dwelling commitment and have more to share on that in just a minute. So I'll turn it over to Jeff, and he also has hard copies if you prefer to look at it in front of you versus the screen. So.
Thanks, LJ. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the time. Yes, if you like, it'd probably be much more beneficial for people to be able to thumb through it, because what you'll be seeing up here is exactly what is being handed out. I'm Jeff Dreyfus, Bushman Dreyfus Architects here in Charlottesville. We have been working on this project, having just recently completed 600 West Main Street, better known as the Blue Moon Diner. And also have gone through the process for special use permit on 612 West Main Street. As LJ said, we've been talking with the Board of Architectural Review and have had 2 meetings with them, and then presented with the Planning Commission in the joint session with some of you present. In those conversations, concerns have been voiced specifically about the height of the building as it would be perceived from West Market Street, and also how it may be perceived from afar when viewed from, for instance, Preston. So as we have been listening to the neighbors, the Planning Commission, the Board of Architectural Review, we've continued to develop the ideas that we'll talk about tonight. What I'd like to say is that we have a long way to go in the design process with the Board of Architectural Review, but they were able to help us in terms of providing guidelines for when we come to them with the design, how they're going to judge and discuss a project. And the conditions that they noted that they would like addressed in the process, design process. The building's massing being broken down to provide compatibility with the character-defining features of the historic district, provide adequate protection of adjacent historic structures, which LJ has already discussed, provide a plan to replace the street trees on the street, improve pedestrian character of Old Preston and East Market Street, and also provide pedestrian access, pedestrian access between East Market Street and Old Preston Avenue. Those are the design guidelines that they've outlined for us as we move forward. What I'd like to talk with you this evening about are some additional guidelines that we suggest might be up for consideration as we move forward beyond here, as we begin the detailed design of the building. You've seen this page before, simply the site. If anyone needs clarification about anything that's up here, please don't hesitate to stop me. As we move forward, what we wanted to demonstrate here was what the by right zoning allows, which is the top left of the image there, and that is the 6 stories, and you see the step backs that are required at 25 feet, 45 feet above street level, and that's a 25-foot step back that is required by the zoning ordinance. You'll see that on the top right, with the additional height, the existing zoning ordinance would allow a box to begin with the shape that you see there, simply extruding the upper floors. To be clear, no one wants to see that building. None of us want to see that building. It's simply here to illustrate where we begin to be able to start to sculpt the structure. If you move to the bottom right, you can see some additional setbacks, step backs, that we would recommend for consideration as we move forward. You can see that above the 6th floor level, we're recommending an additional step back of 20 feet on the East Market Street side. You'll see in some sketches in a few minutes that that begins to help alleviate the concern of this building coming too close to East Market Street. You'll also see that we are recommending 10-foot step backs above the 3rd floor so that the building steps away from Vinegar Hill down on the downhill side and the Browns Lock and Key building on the east side. The sketch on the far left, bottom left, is how we might begin to sculpt within the guidelines I had just described with those additional step backs. This isn't a proposed design. We've got a long way to go, but it does start to suggest how this building might be sculpted to address concerns that the BAR has already begun to lay out and how we may be able to alleviate some of the concerns relative to the adjacent buildings. In this instance, you can start to see how and where the building will have a presence on West Market Street. This is a view. You can see Vinegar Hill on the bottom, closest to us there on the right, the Omni Hotel in the distance, and you begin to see the step backs that are being suggested, not just the required step back above 45 feet, but also an additional step back for floors 7 through 9, 20 feet beyond that. You can also see, for clarity's sake, that should development take place on the Browns Lock and Key site, you can see dashed in here what the by right volume would be there, so that a structure on the Browns site would be approximately the same height as this lower level and also would have to step back at least the 2nd level there, so that this building is going to be at some point in the future part of a larger development of this whole area. And if I go back one page, you can see that potential development, there's nothing, certainly nothing in place at this point, potential development on the Browns Lock and Key site is ghosted in there just for reference as to what could come later. You'll also see common houses next to that. So if we go back, continue on, there's concern about what will be seen from the downtown mall with a structure of this height. So if we go on the far left and we start more or less at the entry to Violet Crown, and the downtown grill on our right, you can begin to see the Code building just peeking up in purple over the Violet Crown building. You can see, I should say, one small corner of this structure here. If you go further down the mall toward the Omni, here on the right side, the Code building comes into clear view here. This building actually disappears behind the building because you're that much closer, much more intimate. And then as you continue further down toward the Omni and look down Old Preston, then that is when you do start to see the height of this structure. But this structure is also required to keep the street level height along here. Again, 45 feet, and then you're required to have a step back to a structure beyond. This is also beginning to hint at how and where a connection might be made, pedestrian connection, through the block from Old Preston up to East Market Street. So as we go further into this, some aerial views of what the type of structure we're talking about. Again, this isn't a specific proposal, but how this building might get to be sculpted. You start to see windows and terraces on these volumes now. And one of the suggestions we would make, an additional suggestion we would make as a guideline, is that there are windows on all elevations of this building. Oftentimes in urban environments, perhaps a party wall, such as that between this structure and the Vinegar Hill building, or between this structure and the Browns Lock and Key building, will have few, if any, windows on it for fire safety reasons. Windows are possible. If the building steps back, it's easier, it's less expensive to do than if the building is on the party wall because of fiberglass costs. But the more we step back, the more likely it is that this building will always have light coming into these upper level apartments. One of my biggest concerns, quite frankly, urbanistically, is to look at this building from down the hill near the Commonwealth building and simply see a wall with no windows in it, because perhaps someday, many years from now, a building might be built where Vinegar Hill is. That's not something that we want to necessarily anticipate, and we would recommend perhaps the guideline be that all elevations have glass on them. So you can begin to see this building in the context of the larger buildings that already exist downtown. The Omni Hotel on page 6, the top left, you can see the Omni Hotel, which is 1 story shorter than this building would be at its highest. You can see the Code building off in the distance, which is considerably higher, and also West 2nd. The structure also, there's been a lot of concern about this structure relative to McGuffey School and the McGuffey condos. You can see it in context here. We've done shadow studies, previous shadow studies without the step backs that we're even suggesting here, the additional step backs here. The sun on the shortest day of the year, when the shadow will be the longest, might block light from one unit in the McGuffey condos for about an hour in the late afternoon than otherwise would be the case with a by-right structure. There's also concern that this structure would block views from McGuffey that already exist. The reality is that a by-right structure, 6-story by-right structure, would do that regardless. So what we were trying to suggest here on these bottom sketches were some of these additional guidelines that we would recommend. In red are the requirements of the city's zoning ordinance, as well as what the BAR has already requested. You can see the required step back at 25 feet from stories 4 and above in red on both sides of the building, and you see the arrow for the pedestrian access connecting the streets. In blue, we show the additional voluntary step backs that we would suggest on both the east property line and the west property line, adjacent to Vinegar Hill on the west and Browns Lock and Key and the Whiskey Jar on the east. There had been talk about perhaps the opening, the pedestrian access would take place between the Whiskey Jar property, Brown's Lock and Key, and this building, cutting a swath, an open swath. That remains a possibility, but quite frankly, urbanistically, that's not a great idea. And we can have those discussions with the BAR. But cutting a slice straight through the block with no buildings is not necessarily the best solution. So we wouldn't want to commit to doing that at this point. On the far right, you can see again, further up, this is just we call it the development concept. It's the block that we were showing earlier and how this would fit within the guidelines that we show on the left. So to recap, we would suggest the following voluntary design considerations with increased height on the site. Windows on all elevations of the building to avoid tall, blank walls in the cityscape. Step back 20 feet from East Market Street at floors 7 through 9 to step the building up incrementally toward the mall side of the property and toward the Omni Hotel. Step back 10 feet from the west property line at floors 4 to 9 in deference to the lower scale of the Vinegar Hill Theater and the structures at 110, 114 Old Preston Avenue. And step back 10 feet from the east property line at floors 4 to 6, in deference to the lower scale of the Brown's Lock and Key and Whiskey Jar buildings. Step back an additional 10 feet from the east property line at floors 7 to 9 to further defer to the structures on the Brown's Lock and Key and Whiskey Jar sites. And then, as some of the sketches have suggested, some of the perspective sketches, that we include greenery on all terrace levels. This is something that the BAR really responded positively to. They didn't codify it as a guideline, but we all believe that it's a very good thing to have. With that, I'm happy to answer questions, go over anything that I might not have been clear on, but otherwise I will turn it over to LJ to talk about the affordable dwelling unit component.
Thank you, Mr. Dreyfus. This extra height is often compared to the Monticello Hotel as being a building that works in the downtown area. However, when you compare the ground floor footprint of this structure to the Monticello Hotel, it's about twice the ground floor area. It's a very big block. So the Monticello Hotel, in a way, works because it's tall and slender. It's not an oppressive box.
Mm-hmm.
What you've been demonstrating is much improved from what we first saw on November 12th at the public hearing in the Planning Commission. I do want you to explain to me a little bit more carefully and closely why an exterior pedestrian access, like between, as you said, between the Whiskey Jar building and your building, is not better urbanistically, because in my view and my experience, it may very well at least diminish the bulkiness of that ground floor and the overall massiveness of this structure, even with the step backs.
I can't say why one is better than the other yet.
Okay.
I simply don't think we should be committing yet to one or the other.
So you're not ruling it out?
I'm not ruling it out at all. The design guideline from the BAR states that the building's massing will be broken up to provide compatibility with the character-defining features of the historic district, and that's a summation of a conversation we've been having with them, which is that this building does need to be segmented so that it doesn't read as a single block. Now, whether or not the pedestrian path through the middle of that, on the side of that, overhead buildings, I honestly don't know enough at this point as to how to do that. But the BAR is as concerned as you are about the footprint of this building as we are.
And rightfully so, because they had to deal with the flats and the standard on West Main Street, which gave rise to the zoning changes on West Main Street, which preclude any special use permits for extra height. which I know you've had to live with. And the other thing that the BAR did very successfully in West Main Street is that they preserved original older buildings and had the new structures work around them so that they were even chiseled out more. So, but in this case, the Opera Lodger building itself is gone. It is still a pretty big, massive piece on the ground level. And that was one of the big problems with the flats and the Standard, is that they were just monolithic pieces at the street level. And yeah, the Standard had pedestrian access through it, but it never really felt like it was doing anything to diminish the bulk of that structure.
Yep.
So that's why I know those words about breaking down massing, and I know how the BAR struggles, but when the underlying zoning is leading to an already massive building, it's a very challenging process.
Yep.
But anyway, right now I do want to applaud you for what you've been doing, and I'll just kind of listen to other comments.
So that's some clarity on, that's clarity on the design. What I'd like to do is talk about commitment on the affordable housing. And we had a lot of discussion, and there was a lot of, I think, anxiety and consternation about lack of commitment, and that being inherent in the process in how large a building and what is the final mass and the final building envelope and the final gross square footage after we finish a BAR process and get a certificate of appropriateness, because that yields a calculation of gross square footage and total number of units, which yields the affordable housing formula in the current zoning ordinance. And so to that end, we've gone through, we've done some calculations, we've established some ceilings, and we've taken at least the mass of the development concept that you see here in gross square footage and applied, if it were that, what would that be and what would that yield? I'm sorry? That is the 182. So I've got a exhibit, if I could pass that around to everybody, which will help to clarify that. So what's being shown is a lot of information. I'll try and walk that through with you. On the top establishes our ceilings. It establishes the maximum volume, understanding that that can't be built. The BAR wouldn't allow it. It's the by right and the SUP zoning box per the setbacks. It's not an articulated building, it's just a large volume mass. And so that's a gross square footage in total, again on the top left in blue, of 208,000 square feet. That's at 101 feet. You're on the right, your by right 70 foot gross square footage is 155,000 square feet. Again, we can't achieve that, the BAR wouldn't allow it, but that establishes the ceiling of what the zoning would allow. The resulting net calculations based on an applicable core factor and an average unit square footage for a 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot unit is going to yield in your upper left, your blue, 24 affordable dwelling units. That's what that calculation per the zoning ordinance would result in, with a total density of 134. Again, on the right, your 70-foot by right height without the additional height per the SUP. Utilizing that gross square footage, the calculation, and applying an average unit of 1,000 square feet would 2-bedroom, roughly 1,000 square feet, would yield total residential units of 89 or 11 affordable units. So those are kind of your ceilings and your maximums of what you could get if total build out of those. So on the bottom two on that sheet show the development concept, and there's a nuance between the two development concepts. So on the left, the development concept shown in tan is a building height of 101 feet. The development concept that we've seen, the articulated, the sculpted, that sketched building is 161,000 gross square feet. If you apply your core factor to your net residential square footage, you'd yield 99,000 square feet at an average 1,000 square foot per unit. That would be 99 total units with 13 affordable in that calculation. And that's how that would yield in that proposed development concept and that building that's there today. So again, you can see and draw the comparison conclusion between your maximums at your by right and your 101 feet. In the green on the right, it takes a bit more aggressive approach and says what would, for 134 total density, what would the average unit square footage be? And that would be 742 square feet. So roughly your average one bedroom unit at 742 square feet. Maybe that's a little bit larger one bedroom unit, but for discussion purposes, let's call that a one bedroom. That would yield you 134 total units, of which the formula and the calculation would be 17 affordable units and 117 market rate. So in an effort to highlight how the formula based on total number of units and gross square footage fluctuates in that calculation, and without a final design, it is difficult to confirm and commit. That said, we've established some ceilings, and what I have is a proposed condition for the affordable housing, which I'd like to walk through with you, that commits to base within those ceilings. So the proposal is to satisfy the affordable housing requirement with both conditions A and B as outlined on this sheet. Condition A being on-site, the ADU, the affordable dwelling unit resulting from the additional height granted from 71 to 101 feet, would be satisfied on-site. That's a firm commitment of not less than 4 units on-site. Units would be rented at or below 60% AMI. Units would be scattered throughout the lower floors, not concentrated or isolated to one floor. And units will remain affordable at a minimum compliance period of 10 years. Condition B is the flexible component. The balance of that, so 4 doesn't satisfy, 4 at 60% AMI on site doesn't satisfy the entire requirement. We know that there is a delta there. As the formulas would indicate, it would be anywhere from 13 to 17 units. So the balance of that would satisfy or be satisfied through section 3412D, either on-site, off-site, or payment into the housing fund. The conditions being, if those units are built on-site or off-site, they're rented at or below 80% AMI. The units, if built on-site, will be scattered throughout the lower floors, not concentrated or isolated to one floor. And units, if built on-site or off-site, remain affordable for a minimum of 10 years. So that is commitment around the affordable housing, to which previously there was a complicated formula to be determined at the site plan, which is what the zoning ordinance allows and provides for. But this tries to quantify that, bring some minimums and maximums to it, and understand what a commitment on affordable housing would be for this project, within what future design and the BAR is going to have as far as gross square footage, and how that impacts the formulas as you see, as we outlined on that sheet. So that's a lot to take in. I understand that. I appreciate your patience in allowing me to present that, and I'm happy to answer any questions for clarity.
Do you have a sense of what your market rate rentals are going to be? And I'm only going from what was going on at the 600 West Main Street. And what I was able to figure out was that the studio apartments at 600 West Main went for $1,500 to $1,600 a month, and 3-bedroom apartments went at $3,000 and $4,000 a month. So by my calculation, if you've got a 3-bedroom at $4,000 a month, you'd need to have a household income of about $160,000 a year. So are we talking that that's pretty much what the rent levels will be?
Based on, for West Main, and this being West Market, not in two dissimilar locations. And the cost of construction, the cost of 9-story construction, and the land values in this area, I wouldn't expect those values to be too dissimilar from that.
Do you all have any, or the builder thinking about the 600 West Main Street, both phases, and this property, what off-site options do you all have?
There are no commitments, or we have not evaluated off-site options to build or construct off-site. I think we would look to partner in building off-site units, but there are currently no, we don't have any projects pinpointed or partnerships or relative to that at this time.
And I don't know if this is a question that we could ask, but and this is a question I've been asking since meeting with West 2nd Street, is I know construction cost and cost to build overall increase as a result of the adding the additional units, but this is being done not only because you can, if approved, but because it's a financial benefit to the company to build as many units and be able to sell or rent them. And I think when we see a sheet like the development scenario comparison, that it would be helpful to also see the overall benefit to the company that we are approving, which I don't know if that's something we can ask, but just...
No, we
just
cannot
highlight it.
ask.
But
For
I'm
their
just
pro forma.
understanding that
Sure.
it's very beneficial when we are considering approving this to the company and impacts their.
Understood. I wish a development pro forma were able to be provided and shared, but I understand the complications around that. One of the other benefits is a real estate tax. So that is a value increase. And current property taxes, this is shown on this sheet and that calculation is there. Current property taxes are roughly $30,000. And the estimated annual real estate taxes are shown at the bottom of each of those scenarios. And with estimates of, for the development concept in square footage, because that yields your value, roughly $295,000 of annual real estate tax. So an increase of $250,000 to $260,000 of annual real estate tax increase.
I guess this is a question for Mr. Blair. None of the images that we saw tonight and that have been discussed and presented to the BAR are in a proffer agreement, correct? So I'm not sure how much of what we've seen is enforceable.
Well, to answer your question, this is an SUP, so there would not be proffers associated. It's conditions placed by the city on the SUP. Certainly, in terms of, Mr. Lopez tonight offering up this language, I mean, if he is voluntarily saying, sure, I don't mind the city making this a condition of the SUP, which is my interpretation.
For the ADU?
For the ADUs.
Correct.
Yes. But I didn't hear such a, anything, and I'm not sure you could based on the architectural design elements that Mr. Dreyfus presented. Those are still conceptual.
But he did identify very specific things. Are those something we can include? He decided certain setbacks.
The step backs, I mean, I don't know if you feel comfortable saying, like, no matter what happens, we will have this as a condition of an SUP.
And the windows and...
If I could speak, please. I would suggest that you include them as additional guidelines for consideration by the BAR, saying that you find them to be, the council find them to be valuable and worthwhile considering while not tying the BAR's hands. It's the conditions that I had read that they had voted upon were guidelines. They were not requirements. And so as we continue discussions and further the design, the guidelines would be things that we have to address at every meeting and every step of the way. I would, if some genius design solution came out that one of those guidelines needed to be tweaked a bit, I think that the BAR should be given the opportunity to vary from that, but that's my opinion.
So I have two more questions. The 10-year minimum compliance period, did you all consider extending that?
I think we're open to that at this stage as far as commitment. And I think, with some of the condition came through and clarity and language came through conversation with the housing coordinator in guidance of the need for not studio, but 1 and 2 bedroom. And so those are ongoing discussions that we'd like to have in understanding of the units to be provided, in what composition should they be, what is the need so that they are met. The 10-year and increasing that in providing the on-site affordable at 60% AMI, that's part of that further conversation. But from a commitment standpoint and a condition, 10 years is the minimum that, in the absence of the project sponsor being here, I'm just not authorized to extend beyond that.
All right, and then the parking requirements, where did we leave off there?
So parking requirements are a ratio in which I didn't provide an analysis. It will yield through the final site plan total number of units and the calculation and what those are. We will have to take advantage of off-site spaces to yield the upper end of the density because we can't provide all of those spaces on site. And so there are options within the parking ordinance and guidelines for that provision, and we will have to take advantage of it. If we're not successful in that, we can't build as large, as high, or as many units because it's driven by parking.
And we would see that before we approved anything further?
That would be determined at site plan, and the site plan would go to the Planning Commission for approval. So the Planning Commission would see that, and they would understand what that number is.
And it is important to point out that one of the conditions in the SUP is obviously you'll make the dimensions and space allocations per the ordinance, but it will be an underground structure.
Correct. That was a design criteria guideline that came out of the BAR review. And Councilor Galvin, as you alluded to, I think our preference is for the specific in blue voluntary design guidelines that helped craft and articulate the sculpted building on the right that was further detailed in sketch form. They are relatively specific. We would request that there's latitude for those, and those carry forward as a recommendation for the BAR. However, I do have those in condition form written should you choose to carry those forward as conditions. They are here in written form.
And my only other question was, you said there would be greenery on each level. Is that to meet the concerns of existing buildings and their view?
I think it carried forward from several different kind of design guideline, design perspective, urban planning. There's existing tree canopy on West Market Street. Through construction, that tree canopy is going to be impacted. It's one, a replacement of that, and two, how can greenery be introduced not only at the lower level at the pedestrian streetscape, but also to mitigate upper level sightline view and add a different texture element to the building. So from a design perspective, it was kind of twofold. And that carried forward as a design guideline, greenery on all terrace levels is one which we have written. We would, preference would be to carry those forward as a memo recommendation to the BAR to consider as they review this on many, many occasions before we receive a certificate of appropriateness.
Okay, so let's see where we are. Did we need any additional questions answered from staff?
I don't. Can I just have one of those?
You may.
I would like to see it too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, discussion. Well, first, is there, where are we? Is there a motion?
There's so much here.
Yeah,
I asked for it. Like, it's even even with that motion, like, there's just so many other factors besides what was in our packet I just would like to discuss about.
Sure, let's talk procedure for a moment. There's a resolution in your packet to approve the SUP. Mr. Lopez tonight provided the affordable housing condition. So I think as far as that goes, there would need to be an amendment to add the affordable housing condition to the resolution, if that's the council's desire. As to the design guidelines, I think, again, if the council has an interest in this, I would just sketch up some language that resolves that the council recommends the following design guidelines to the BAR in its consideration of this project. But that wouldn't be enacted by the council unless and until you all approve the SUP.
So in terms of the even amending to add the affordable housing provisions, there were still questions that they couldn't answer tonight. So if we added it and there were still questions, when would we get the answers? Or couldn't we even ask any questions because this was an offer from them? So how does it work?
Right. The offer itself, it is how they plan to comply. What they're, and I'll feel free for Mr. Haluska or Mr. Lopez, but the condition tonight, they have to satisfy 34-12 to begin with. But what this condition that has been offered tonight by Mr. Lopez says that regardless of heights 0 through 70 feet, in terms of if they're granted this this extension to 101 feet in height, that 4 ADUs will be located on site at or below 60% AMI. And that is as part of their fulfillment of the requirements in our affordable dwelling ordinance 34-12.
And the remaining will fall under these other.
The remaining would be determined through the flexible condition that's subsection B.
And when are we changing 34-12?
Well, I think our hope, that was special legislation by the state given to the city, but I think our hope is in 2020, the General Assembly is going to give us the same authority the county has.
Yeah.
And that would allow us to have a lot more flexibility and change 34-12.
All right.
And, what's a challenge for me is that the same night that this was discussed, we were discussing the form-based code that had conditioned building height on the provision of on-site affordable housing for a period of 30 years. And I don't know how to calculate how much that would have been but there would have been more than 4 units in these additional stories for 30 years. And again, that was held to a different scrutiny, and it was deferred. It wasn't, but I'm just like, I've been doing this for 8 years, making these jigsaw puzzles fit without the cover. And I have seen repeatedly the BAR being given a building that is, quite frankly, too big in massing, and being given the task of having to break down that massing. And I can see them trying to do that with you right now. But it also, the other thing that's been added to this dynamic has been the increased amount of Class A office space, incubator space, incredible engines of economic growth, yes, but high-powered jobs that demand and give high-powered incomes. And we are manufacturing, in my view now, the market rate need for very high-end housing. And this ain't solving the need for workforce or affordable housing. And I'm really torn now because, we have in our grasp some solutions, but they're not ready yet. And I'm concerned that we're just going to be building more and more. I don't understand the logic of building more and more high-end market rate housing is somehow going to cut and diminish the per unit cost, which is what we keep hearing from the Planning Commission, that you got to get more supply, you got to get more supply. But if the demand for that luxury housing is being manufactured by our increasing numbers of Class A office space, then we're not running out of demand for that kind of unit. And so I don't see how this is really substantially solving the problem of and addressing the standards of review. A special use permit should be granted if it provides substantial benefit to the community. That is what I was looking at. And I'm looking at the scale and massing. You're getting there, but there's no guarantee we're going to get it. I'm looking at the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan says we're supposed to be compatible with the historic neighborhood. I still don't quite see that yet. And it says on the standard 4, you're supposed to be providing affordable housing. It's still minuscule. And then when I look at, again, the scale and massing of the project, I'm struck by how we're giving so much of the authority to the BAR to chisel this down when we don't really have any guarantee that it's going to come out okay. And I'm sorry, I've lived through the flats and I lived through the standard. And this is such an echo of that time to just be given, oh, the BAR is going to take care of it. So I'm just voicing my concern right now. I don't, and you've got already the by right zoning is in a way already our transitional zoning because it goes no greater than 6 stories, which is what you see at the Gleason. The form-based code was grappling with the idea of transition zones from very high 9-story to medium grade to low grade as it transitions to your legacy neighborhoods. In this case, we're taking that transition zone that's already there and chipping away at it and creating, again, more opportunities for very tall 9-story luxury apartment buildings. So we're removing the transition zone that we already have from a form-based level, and we're not conditioning height on affordable units like Anita Morrison kept saying we need to do. We give our height away over and over again. Our existing zoning is hamstringing us. Yes, 8 years I've been trying to get this changed and it's not there yet. It's just not there yet. And I'm frustrated.
All right. Any further discussion?
So I guess we're just discussing before, there's not even a motion.
Right.
I guess that's,
We're trying to figure out what the motion is.
I guess that's okay. Well, I guess I'll say a couple things. So I have I've voted for a lot of density on the 4 years I've been on, and it's been very difficult. I mean, like the 10th and Jefferson I've come back to a lot. In part, it's been because the housing study we have pretty clearly dictates this. I mean, it's very interesting what Councilor Galvin said about creating demand through it's very interesting. I mean, like the study said we should generally create more supply at all levels because that's what's causing the cascade where richer people take bungalows and so on. And I could see like weighing that there's a lot of pros and cons in this, and some of it is there's tax revenue that's coming in here. There is density. There's the affordable dwelling units. But I think this particular area is very sensitive for something this big. No matter what, I appreciate what you guys have done. I really do. I appreciate the setbacks. I think it's beautifully drawn. But when I look at this picture, this to me changes the character of that part of like the center, or a very valuable center of a lot of community and social and aesthetic life is the downtown mall. And I couldn't vote on the code decision because I had a conflict. I was precluded from voting on it. I don't even know how I would have voted on it, but I think that is a different part of the downtown mall ecosystem because it's so much taller over there on Water Street, and there's already the Water Street, and I believe it's zoned differently, I think. And this will change the character of the downtown mall. It will feel very big and tall, and it will be a different character, and I have misgivings about that being my a legacy decision that I will make. And not having been a victim of what happened on the mall, we did make the decision to cut the heights on this side of West Main Street in part for these very concerns. And that was because the neighborhood's right around there, and it was like, it is very aesthetic and it's very social. You think about what will it feel, what has it taken to make the downtown mall feel like it feels right now? And a lot of that intimacy and that restraint and the fact that you don't have a lot of chains on the downtown mall and that it has been kept at this more village level intentionally is part of what we have created here. And I am concerned about creating, I don't really see the argument for why we would need to do this as a public entity. I understand the financial argument, absolutely. It's going to improve the bottom line for the developer without a question, but I don't really see the argument about why we should extend this with 10th and Jefferson. I did. You and I were on different sides of that, but I did. I thought that was going to create a substantial number of market rate rentals, which we really needed within a couple blocks of the downtown mall. And I was willing to make an exception for that. But with this, I don't, at least right now, I don't. I look at the pictures of the 6-story, and that feels right. That feels to me like the zoning is appropriate. And I don't see the argument for allowing it to soar up and change that entry point to this whole ecosystem.
I think my biggest thing is just really and Kathy and I talked about this, how I view one side of the mall versus the other in terms of just the scale that really we see as appropriate, and I totally agree, and Councilor Signer's kind of echoed those points. I will say I really appreciate, because we did sit down and talk, and there's certainly the concerns I had was just how do we guarantee more of that sculpted scale, because I understand all the wars that you've been through, Councilor Galvin, and I was trying to say how could we ensure there's some assurances, also recognizing the developers are going through this churn with other bodies that are making decisions, including BAR on multiple occasions, and also really just putting forward just some real clarity around how they would be fulfilling the affordable housing requirement. But I mean, I can sense that so far it doesn't sound like there's tremendous support for it as is. And so my biggest concern continues to be just the sheer massing of it in this property, in this location. And what benefit is it really providing, given this is a special use permit? Did you have any thoughts?
I already shared.
I do struggle though, because we have other groups that we encourage to weigh in, and that came to us with their support. So.
All right. So, is there a motion?
Mr. Lopez would like to speak.
if there's no motion, then it just,
Well, I think in order, if the council doesn't desire to go forward, there should be a motion to not approve the special use permit. Or to deny.
If you want to defer, I mean,
I don't want to.
I'll make the motion to deny the,
Sounds like he wants to.
do you want to say something?
With the intro you led with is what I wanted to interject. One, to offer and ask Mr. Blair if there's opportunity to bifurcate. There's two, an SUP for height and an SUP for density. Can they be entertained exclusively? And can, if height is the concern and consideration, can all of the factors remain constant? And the request for density move forward as submitted, and a deferral on the height.
I think, oh, well, actually, there's a question for this point.
Are you pondering?
Well, I think if that were the case, I would refer it back to the planning commission at that point. In terms of that's, I think they made their recommendation specifically considering both the height and the density. And I think if you wanted to bifurcate, that proposal would need to go back to the planning commission.
Mm-hmm.
We just request a deferral.
So then the request for deferral comes from the applicant? Or do we?
Well, I think the council would have to vote to grant the deferral.
Okay. Okay. I'd be.
So what's the difference between the deferral and us voting on what's in front of us tonight?
Well, I think you could vote.
Because if they're deferring it to change it and present it again to the planning commission versus a deferral coming back to us.
Right, and that, I was gonna ask, you're asking for a deferral, and is that to change this proposal in some way?
Deferral would be to modify the proposal in some
Okay.
fashion, whether, I couldn't defer and come back to you with the exact same.
Right, then
That's
it would
understood.
go back to the planning commission with that new set of conditions or whatever it is that you come up with, if it's different than what's been presented to council.
If it's materially different, then it would go back to the
Yep.
planning commission, that's understood.
I support that.
I support a deferral.
I do too.
Then I would
I
suggest
move to support a deferral
for
of
this.
6218 West Market Street special use permit.
Right.
Second.
And to be clear, that deferral is with the understanding that the SUP will be for density but not height.
Well, no.
No, he just wants
that-
to.
There's no,
No, I
nothing.
think-
It's just a deferral. Okay. I agree. So it was seconded. Okay.
So then it could essentially come back to us with the height and density.
But
Correct.
a different.
Correct, but it would be
Something different.
something
Different,
different
right.
than what's before you.
So we're voting on the deferral.
Just to defer.
Okay. All right.
And I seconded. You got that, Ms. Thomas?
Please vote. All right. It's 3-2.
Thank you all.
Next, we have a resolution, 167 Chancellor Street, special use permit, first reading, or one reading.
All right. Good evening, council. Joey Winter, city planner with NDS. Good evening. This item before you is a special use permit request to authorize a fraternity at 167 Chancellor Street. The Chi Psi fraternity is proposing to expand and renovate their existing chapter house at this location. The subject property is zone R3H and is located in the Corner Architectural Design Control District. There's an existing special use permit from 1985 which authorizes a sorority complex at 165 Chancellor Street and 167 Chancellor Street with a maximum of 33 residents. So that would be for this subject property and the adjacent property to the south. Tonight's request only pertains to 167 Chancellor Street and seeks authorization for a fraternity use with a maximum of 16 residents. Modifications to yard regulations are also being requested by the applicant to allow for architecture that is more in keeping with the neighborhood and due to the unique geography of the lot. The subject property lies in an architectural design control district, so BAR made a recommendation on this special use permit request. And BAR recommends that this SUP will not have an adverse impact on the corner ADC, and BAR, also did not have any concern about the modified yard regulations. Planning Commission unanimously recommends approval of this special use permit and proposes 9 conditions which are listed in my staff report. And I can go over those if you'd like at a later date, if necessary. Please remember the general standards for issuance of a SUP are in City Code Section 34-157, and the modification of yard regulations as a condition of an SUP is allowed by City Code Section 34-162. Mr. Kevin Schaefer is here tonight on behalf of the applicant, and I'm available to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your thorough staff report.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I left anything out, please let me know.
Any clarifying questions? No. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I move we adopt a resolution authorizing a fraternity house at 167 Chancellor Street for up to 16 occupants.
Second.
All right, any questions, comments, discussion? All right, please vote.
Did you have stuff to show us?
All right. That carries 5-0.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have resolution adopting an updated standards and design manual, 1 reading.
Where's Marty?
What does it mean we need a break?
Can we
Can
do Board of Architecture review?
Sure. Do we need to amend to do it?
Can't be that far.
I think you could just, if it's the consensus of council to move on to item 8.
Oh, here he is. Here he is. He's running in.
Here he is.
Nope.
Sorry, we're chopping along.
Good evening. I guess I'm up, right? My name is Marty Selman with Public Works. Just wanted to, I guess, start by thanking everybody who's been involved in this process. It's been kind of a long, 2 years, and there's been a lot of folks that have had a really positive contribution to this, both staff, stakeholders, members of the public, City Council and Planning Commission, and of course, again, all the stakeholders who have provided a lot of really meaningful input that have helped shape the document. So I just kind of want to start by saying thanks. I really appreciate everybody's input. I'm going to try to keep it very brief. We embarked on this adventure, I guess, like I said, 2 years ago. Our last manual was adopted in 2008. It had not seen a comprehensive update since that time. We recognized the need for this many years ago as the Streets at Work plan was adopted. This kind of sort of validated the need to update our design manual. We have a lot of changes. I mean, the number of pages has grown significantly. There's a lot of new chapters. Some of the things that we wanted to do is just provide clear design expectations for the development review process, clarify requirements for inspections, revise updated construction details, provide a distinct reference to other governing agencies such as VDOT, AASHTO, NACTO, things like that, and kind of incorporate those references into the manual. The new chapters we added some stuff for environmental sustainability, materials and methods of construction, maintenance of existing infrastructure, so it's much more comprehensive than our current manual is. We conducted a series of workshops over the last couple of years, had a lot of stakeholder input, like I mentioned, staff. We had several stakeholder workshops with staff, a lot of with external stakeholders like the Tree Commission, cadre, folks like that have a really vested interest in how this document will shape our built environment. We also had a website that people could submit feedback to, feedback@charlottesville.org, which will stay live from this point forward pretty much, so we can continue to receive feedback over the years. And then lastly, as far as this effort goes, we still have the construction details, the checklist, the construction specifications that are kind of the second phase of the project. But those are going to be more sort of complementing the text that's before you tonight. There was a gentleman that spoke tonight about a few issues. I just go ahead and take the opportunity to respond to some of those. One of the, I think, first things that was mentioned were the utility easements. We did remove a diagram that was in the manual that I think was creating a little bit of confusion. So hopefully that helps a little bit. The standards that exist in it right now are required by the utilities department. We have to maintain certain easement widths so that we can access and maintain our utilities. But there is allowance in there that if they need a lesser easement width, they can work with the utilities department to accommodate that.
But it's not guaranteed if it doesn't work.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. If so, for example, if an easement is required to be 30 feet based on the size of the pipe, but that size of pipe or that pipe's going to be very shallow, and you don't necessarily need the 30 feet, they can work with the utility departments to reduce that easement width. And a lot of the utilities that we need are in the public right of way, and so that easement width only impacts the distance beyond the right of way line. The street paving, we have increased our requirement for street paving, but mostly it's related to projects that will be under construction for longer than 12 months. This is one thing that I think was discussed in the most recent workshop. And part of that reason is that when a lot of these projects are built, they do the stone base layer and they do a base layer of asphalt. And that base layer of asphalt is typically very porous, and so over a long period of time, water will soak through that asphalt and compromise the base layer. And so what we ultimately ended up with is a street that has succumbed to water infiltration. And so over time, you're going to see, cracking the pavement sooner and things like that, which ultimately will cost the city more dollars down the road to maintain. And again, that's only projects that will be anticipated to be longer than 12 months in construction and only required for streets that are proposed to be public streets at some point. For fire apparatus roads, we actually have some text in there. It's located earlier in the chapter, in Chapter 4, 4.3.2.1.1, but we actually talk about the ability to do narrow streets with the approval of city staff and the fire code official. So I think we actually had that text in there, just wasn't listed right there where that section that talks about fire apparatus roads is.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure, because there's no, it's not something that could be turned into like a loophole, in the sense that somebody who is doing something that is different, innovative, is been told it cuts muster with staff, but then it gets through the fire marshal and they say no, and but it says so in the standard. Is the language written in a way that really does protect a determination that's been made that's an exception?
I think it does, yes. So it's very, to me, it's pretty straightforward that you have to go through the appropriate review process with the city fire code official, and it even says the fire code official will require and will consider statements from city engineers, city planners as to whether the modification will assure the public health, welfare, and safety. And so it doesn't allow any kind of blanket approvals from that point forward. Each scenario that somebody proposes a narrower street has to be reviewed kind of on a case-by-case basis.
I think there was language that was provided by a member of the public for the Appendix D, where they just suggested adding a preface, except where approved by the city traffic engineer and city fire code official, all roads in Charlottesville are considered to be fire apparatus access roads and shall meet the requirements in Appendix D. So the idea of that preface was to flag it that, hey, there could be exceptions to this. Is there harm in making sure that that's clear?
So we can certainly add that if you like. I mean, it's a very easy amendment to make if y'all feel that's necessary. I certainly have no objections with adding those few words in the beginning of that sentence. I mean, it kind of basically says sort of the same thing that we already say. We also have the whole section on innovative design proposals where we talk about, you know, the ability for folks to present things that are a little bit beyond the norm and kind of outline that process for review. We actually encourage them to start that process early on and kind of engage the appropriate city staff early on so they don't get to a point where there's an approval by, say, some city staff, and then it goes to the fire marshal. And
I think
gets denied.
what is the problem, though, is that the way it's written without that preface, it looks like all that's negated. And I personally would like to see something that assures the public that's reading this that we're not precluding things that are going to be providing us with, you know, pedestrian-friendly streets. And I would have some comfort level in that. If it's not going to change, it doesn't change the intent that you have, that staff have, that the consultant has, but it can change the way the public reads this document. And that's what I
So, you know, I'm fine with that revision. I can confirm with the fire chief. I don't think that's going to create any heartburn.
I don't want anything to slow this up. I mean,
what I would suggest is, and I guess Mr. Blair, I'll look to you on the best way to handle this is either to have that, I guess, change sort of mentioned as part of the resolution, or we're going to be doing, I think what's really going to happen is this manual is used within the first 6 months, for example, we're probably going to find a lot of errors that we need to address. I mean, just since I've been looking through it today, I've noticed there's a couple places where we have like NDS versus Public Works that needed to be swapped or something like that. So there's going to be areas that we're, you know, have to adjust the text to provide clarity or something like that. And I think we could either address it tonight in the resolution, or if it's approved, or we can just sort of table it and flag it so that when we do the next update, that we can capture it then. I think the intent of the individual's comment, I think, is captured in the manual. And so I think we're safe there. I think my preference would be to keep it simple now and then just flag this item for incorporation in the next revision. Would be my recommendation.
Thank you.
And I just have another question about the layers of the street. If there's a development that, because you made the comment, if it's going to be accepted into the city streets at some point. So developments that, is that why we've had some of the issues that we've had with recent developments that we've accepted into?
Accepting streets in the city system is a pretty significant process. And so when a developer requests that we accept a city, we go out there, we inspect, you know, pretty much everything that's in the right of way. It's utilities, it's storm pipe, it's the pavement, the sidewalks, everything. And there are times where we have seen, you know, cracks in that final coat of paving that are a result of probably water infiltration or perhaps, you know, issues with the base layer. So there has been occasions, there are developments that are out there now that have been under construction for many years that we know at some point will be requested the city take those, and we know for a fact, we've seen it, they've had to make repairs on the base layers. And those are some very concerning developments that we have because they've been kind of under construction for so long, and we're just really concerned about that street when it becomes in our system and under our mate's responsibility.
So do we have a process in place where we don't pick up that initial cost when we are accepting the streets?
So we do get public bonds, and so every development project that comes through, there's a public improvement bond that's associated with that project. One thing that happens is these projects that last a really long time, that dollar amount no longer serves the need to address the issues because of inflation and just the cost of you know, construction. Another issue becomes the staff involvement and the time invested in trying to work through the areas that need to be repaired, you know. So if we're like, you know, we document areas based on our inspections that are failing and just having to work with the contractor or the developer to get them repaired, and that delays things even longer. And then while that's being delayed, other areas are starting to fail. It becomes sort of a kind of a cyclical process and really drags out projects.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so.
Were you working through that list still, or?
I think there was one more that was mentioned tonight, and that was about, I believe, the storm sewer pipes with
Yes.
HDPE versus concrete. We're very well aware that VDOT has approved HDPE. Our experience has been that HDPE causes a lot of problems. Even when it's installed properly, it gets damaged a lot more easier during construction, and then so it's another perfect example of we go to the street acceptance process, and part of our street acceptance is we televise all of the storm lines, or really all of the utility lines that we can. And we've noticed on numerous occasions where we've televised lines, the city staff inspected, they were fine when they went in, but due to the impact of construction, they have started to cave in or something like that, or joints have separated. And then it requires the streets being cut, and then if the top coat of pavement was done, for example, you're increasing your milling and pave areas to accommodate that street cut on a brand new street, and it just becomes a pretty big nightmare in our opinion.
And we talked about this extensively
Yeah, I remember that at the work session.
Yeah.
Yeah, so our recommendation is to kind of hold with what's in the text right now. And again, this is just for pipes that are going to be publicly owned and maintained. And so that's not to say that a private project that has storm infrastructure on it cannot use HDPE pipe. They're welcome to do that. But if it's going to be ultimately owned and maintained by the city, we're requiring concrete.
Great.
All right.
Well, Mayor Walker, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. Thank you.
I move that we adopt a resolution approving an updated standards and design manual.
I second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Living document.
Thank you, staff.
Living document.
Thank you.
Whew,
What a night.
it's tough.
This was a long gestation period. What do we
you
say?
very
It's
much.
like 2 years for an elephant?
It shouldn't take
I was
that
just
long.
reading that. Thank you all.
All right. Next.
Just, Mayor Walker, if I could just say one thing, I just also want to give a shout out to Amanda Ponce and Heather Niemeyer, who also did the first leg of this whole thing, which was to push through the Streets That Work policy. And without that policy, we couldn't have created this operational document that actually makes the policy real. So I just wanted to make sure that they were acknowledged as well. And of course, Heather Niemeyer is not with us anymore, and thank you both, including the consultant.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Okay, so resolution, Board of Architectural Review Appeals, 605 Preston Place.
Madam Mayor, just to, as Mr. Warner is part of staff, and this is sort of a quasi-judicial action of the council, just wanted to set the procedural ground rules. We'll have 5 minutes for Mr. Warner's presentation, 10 minutes for the appellant, and then 10 minutes for the BAR, so that each party can present to you, and then we'll go over, once they're done and you've asked your question, then I would suggest after they're done with their presentations, the council ask all questions, and then we would go over procedurally what you want to do after that.
Okay, thank you.
Images we can refer to if necessary. We don't, they're not necessarily part of this. Good evening. I'm Jeff Warner. I'm the city staff for the Board of Architectural Review, or the BAR. I know the hour's late, so I'll keep my comments brief. After me, the applicant will make their presentation. Following that, Brett Gastinger, who's a member of the BAR, will provide some additional comments. As John said, staff has asked the applicant and Mr. Gastinger to limit their prepared comments to 10 minutes each. First off, for the benefit of the public, the BAR is a 9-member board. It's appointed by City Council. Per City Code, membership is comprised of 2 architects, a landscape architect or a contractor, 2 historic preservationists, 2 owners of a business or a commercial property within a design district, 1 member of the Planning Commission, and 1 owner of residential property within a design district. Also, appeals of BAR decisions are not common. In the last 15 years, the board, on average, has reviewed about 90 applications per year, which is about 8 each month. Of those, there have only been, we average about 4 denials per year, and less than half of those were appealed. And in fact, in the last 2 years, there have been only 4 denials with 1 appeal, and that being this one tonight. So, before you this evening is an appeal for the BAR's action on October 15, 2019, regarding a proposed parking lot at 605 Preston Place. The house on this property, known as Windhurst, was built in 1857 and served as the manor house of a large farm that is now the Preston Heights section of the city. The property is both an individually protected property, or an IPP, and located within the Rugby Road University Circle Venable Neighborhood Architectural Design Control District, or ADC district. As such, certain exterior alterations are subject to BAR review and approval. Additionally, while only the city's local designation brings this property under the purview of the BAR, it is worth noting that it is individually listed on both the Virginia Landmarks Register and the National Register of Historic Places. So the proposed parking lot initially came to the BAR on June 18th of this year. After numerous issues were raised, the BAR accepted the applicant's request for deferral. The proposal was modified and presented again to the BAR on October 15th. Again, numerous concerns were expressed. However, the applicant declined to request another deferral. As such, the BAR then voted 6-0 to deny the requested certificate of appropriateness, stating that the proposed parking lot did not satisfy the BAR's criteria and was not compatible with this IPP and other properties in this ADC district. In a follow-up letter to the applicant, I explained that the BAR's decision was based on the city's ADC district guidelines, including the recommendation that, quote, the relationship between a historic building and its site, landscape features, outbuildings, and other elements within the property boundary all contribute to a historic district's overall image. Site features should be considered an important part of any project to be reviewed by the BAR. Also from the design guidelines, the BAR noted that the proposed parking lot conflicted with recommendation to, quote, avoid creating parking areas in the front yard of historic sites. Additionally, the BAR cited guidance from the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of historic properties, which are included by reference in the design guidelines. Specifically, these standards recommend against, quote, locating parking areas directly adjacent to historic buildings where vehicles may cause damage to the building or landscape features, or when they the parking area negatively impact the historic character of the setting if landscape features and plant materials are removed. Relative community input for both the June and October BAR meetings, budding landowners were notified by letter, and the meeting was publicly posted as required by City Code. At the June meeting, 7 neighborhood residents spoke regarding the proposal. 6 expressed concern about the project, primarily regarding tree protection, tree removal, and screening of the new parking lot. 1 offered support for the project. At the October meeting, 5 neighborhood residents spoke regarding the proposal. 4 expressed opposition to or concerns about the project. 1 offered support. In conclusion, staff recommends that you all on council uphold the BAR's decision. Otherwise, options available, council may overturn the BAR's action or possibly require that the applicant hold a work session with the BAR in an effort to develop an acceptable design. So that's a quick summary. Are there any questions? And I'll just briefly so there's the Windhurst is the house, and it's not just the building, but it is the property that is designated. This is looking east from Preston Place, and Preston Place loops around, so this is the next shot as it loops back, looking west from Preston Place. That's a site plan view of I just highlighted a few things to kind of offer some context. That is the proposed parking area and the revised, some of the landscaping plans. So does that kind of just capture what we're talking about here? Historic house, the property behind these apartments, trees will be removed, stone walls will be removed, new parking area, and this shows some of the additional planting to go in. So I'll leave it at that. I think Mr. Sperson can take it from here, and then Mr. Gassinger can offer any comments. Anything I can offer? All right.
A picture says 1,000 words.
Hi, I'm Richard Spurs. I hope you all have had an opportunity to read my letter appealing this decision. I will just highlight a couple things. One, initially, the city's historic preservation planner did recommend approval of our application, stating that staff finds the request appropriate since the proposed parking area is appropriately screened and is placed behind the historic structure. Additionally, staff finds the number of trees proposed in the landscape plan appropriate to accommodate the loss of tree canopy, and that the preservation of the two cedars addresses BAR's concern over their removal. And I also will point out that in this packet, you'll see that one of the BAR members was quoted as saying, as far as parking lots go, this is a beautiful parking lot. There are tons of trees, screening, and pavers, etc. So in any case, I would argue that that the city council's mandate here is much broader than what the BAR's was, as city council needs to ensure that the zoning ordinance is followed and other laws are followed. And you know, we would argue that that parking is a by right use in the zoning ordinance, and that the BAR can you know, have its jurisdiction over the aesthetics, but that the city is not able to not allow us to have a by right use on this parcel. I mean, I guess I could back up and say, I mean, you can deny it, but